audio. If I press this to zip mute. Okay. Can start. Okay. Let me unmute.
We all hear about how AI is going to change.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Me again, Safe from ITIL. First of all, welcome to our training center. Today, we will talk more about AI. Before I pass the floor to Mr. Eric, which is the main speaker today, I would like to share with you what is InfoTrack or who is InfoTrack and what do we do every day. First of all, InfoTrack is a training provider in this market for about 30 years already. And stay tuned in our social media. This year, May 13th, we are going to celebrate our 30th years anniversary for this year. There will be a lot of good things happening in our social media. Please follow our social media and make sure you grab something on the gift that we are giving away. Yeah, definitely by April, May, our social media will be very happening to celebrate this 30th years of anniversary. So please, you are some of the people that grab something from that particular promotion. So today we're going to talk about AI. I think AI is no longer a very new thing for all of us really. In fact, personally, I also worry for those that are familiar with in Malaysia economy. Do you heard about economy bubble? Economy bubble. I just worry that what we are doing now in AI, right, also will be a bubble. Because in fact, there are a lot of principles like Microsoft, Oracle, project management, Prince2, Exin, Excelon. They also try to promote some AI related things already. But where you want to attach, which certification you would like to go for? Yeah, where later on you can get some hints from Mr. Eric. Let's relate to our business world. I think all of us have AI idea, and I think that based on the confirmation that sent to you all, we also encourage all of you bring one AI today, meaning the AI ideas that you want to establish in your team, in your company. Then Mr. Eric will use this ABC tool to show to you whether are you going to go ahead with this investment or don't want to go ahead. Because this ABC, AI value canvas, is a framework, it's a mindset too that you all can use to measure the project ideas that you have in mind, whether worth to invest or not. Is it worth of your time to start the journey or not? For the business point of view, money always can collect back, can earn back, but the time you cannot set like back to future, cannot. So that's why this AI tool, which is AI ABC, they will tell you which one that you have to go ahead, which one that go party. Even we will try to use ChatGPT for today. We use the ChatGPT calculate this ABC for us. Then based on the report that you will see later on, you will see, okay, based on sustainability, how many stars? Based on return on investment, how many stars? Based on consumer satisfaction, how many stars? This will be a something so-called report that you can show to your boss. I want 20,000. Because I want to do this AI or this one must help, we will help us one. Who say? You say one? No, I say. This report say. So that we don't based on feeling anymore. We don't some feeling like me, I like Eric very much. Eric give me any budget, okay, on. But when Hui Ling come to me, I don't like her, because she no lunch with me. Anything either come to me, no, belum lagi hantar buku, no. So meaning no longer based on feeling, more on the structured investment framework ABC. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to introduce today's speaker, Mr. Eric. He is a very experienced corporate employee in one of the telco. The one mentions the name. Now he embarked on training journeys already. So I see the strength he have, right? Not only he do have a lot of academic knowledge, but at the same time he walked the talk. He also got a lot of experience in corporate world. So whichever that you are facing now in your corporate world, maybe he faced before. So that's why today I really hope that this discussion or workshop, right, is a two-way communication. Not only you listen to him where you will fall asleep, okay, because we have to end at 5, okay. Try to share out loud your idea to him. that he will, based on his experience, his knowledge, his subject expert knowledge, will share with you what is his thought on that. So Eric, I would like to pass the floor to you. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eng Sing. He's making me feel a bit shy. So yes, I did come from corporate, and I will share a bit about myself shortly. So thank you to all of you who are here early and on time, and maybe some mix up on the timing, so some are slightly later. So no problem. There may be some coming as well. So those who are online, thank you very much to join us online also. I think you're coming from different parts of Malaysia as well. So thank you for being here. Some of you who are early already watched the video. So you already have in your mind what is the summary of what I will be covering. And then you also have the guidebook on your table. Online one, you will get it slightly later, the PDF version. I don't want to give it now, otherwise you go off somewhere else. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. And I will be covering on the entirety of this AI value canvas. It is something that I have developed by myself. I brought some books. I feel like a university professor. So I haven't read so much in my life until after I came out and be a trainer. So disruption proof, I mean, you guys can, I can leave it here during breaks, during lunch, you can have a look. Disruption proof, effectual entrepreneurship. This one is about like if you want to be an intrapreneur in your company or so, if you have internal hackathons and things like this, very, very good resource. And then this one is on the Working Backwards Toolkit, which is based on AWS, how they do innovation, how they, within their company, innovate so many new products. So these are just some materials that I brought. So now I feel like a university professor, even though I've been from the corporate environment. Now, before I go further, who remembers the date of ChatGPT launch? Anyone? Forgot already. Sorry? 20? 22? Yeah, 1 month. If you can see the small word here. December, right? It was launched in November. So in November 2022, ChatGPT came into the market. And then everybody was like, wow, I can't believe I can talk to the computer and it can answer me in such an intelligent way, even though sometimes it's biased. But people were amazed. And then this is when the floodgates opened. Even though AI started 40 years ago, the study of AI. So what happened is after that, everybody want to jump onto the bandwagon of AI. I saw a picture recently. The phone screen protector say AI ready or something like that. What are you gonna do? Screen protector for your phone casing? It has AI ready. Then like everybody wants to jump on the AI bandwagon, even though there's nothing to do with AI over there. So people jump on the AI bandwagon, massive investment onto AI. Large companies, they want to be ahead. They have money, right? So they pump in a lot of money and they spend the money, but they actually may not actually know what they're doing. So I saw this comment recently. Who are we, CEOs? What do we want? We want AI. AI to do what? We don't know. They don't know what they want to do. And then when do we want it right now? So all the employees have to do AI. Oh, you all must use AI. It's the future. But why do I need AI? Don't know. How do I use AI? Don't know. So you have that kind of challenges. Actually, AI, if you look at it, is actually everywhere. Those of you who use like your navigation system, GPS ways and things like that, you think you are in control. I enter the location and I want to go where, you think you're in control, but actually AI, if you detect traffic jam within the area, both of us go to the same place, for example, it might route us differently because it's helping to diffuse the traffic. So you're already under control of AI. So that's when the company knows how to use it really well. Now, the statistics or the research done by the MIT was showing that 95% are failing, only 5% is being successful. So the reason is they fail because they don't really create the business value. And sometimes the technology is not ready, it's not mature yet. But the main thing is not about technology because technology is evolving so fast. Maybe today it didn't work, tomorrow you have a new model come out, you can actually use it. So the approach is actually the problem, and that's what I want to be talking about. So let me just try to illustrate with the story first. Very simple story. A lady was walking, she went shopping, then she passed Mr. DIY and realized that, oh, There's this power drill, got some fancy feature, but I don't know how to use it lah. Should I buy? Should I not buy? You don't know. So then somebody comes and say, oh, let me explain to you this, how you use the power drill. This is very, very canggih punya feature. You can use it to do this, to do that. You can do all these kind of things. Then she kind of convinced herself that, okay lah, I'll buy this powerful tool. This some more is on sale, right? So she goes home and then she tries to use it. She don't know how to use it. She drilled many holes in the wall. She damaged the wall and it's not happening as she expected. So she ended up using back how she do it last time, which is she just used a hammer nail. And then actually what she wanted to do is she just want to hang some picture in the new house. So how does this relate to AI? Okay, so AI wise, I think a lot of times when we go for training, oh, we have this AI training, that AI training, right? It's about how to use the tool. I'm not here to sell you the power drill. I'm not here to teach you about how to use the AI tool. I'm here to help you to determine whether, let's say I'm here at the shop, right? Like, actually what you're trying to do you really need a drill or not? If you don't need a drill, you want to hang picture on your wall. So I try to understand the problem statement first. Then if he's just hanging the thing on the wall, do you really need to buy this power drill? Will you ever use it ever again? If not, are there alternatives? Can you just use like this hammer nail? If you don't want to damage, can you use, I don't know, something sticky like tape and stuff like that? Or if you want it to be moved around, can you use Velcro and then stick the Velcro and then you can move it around, things like that, or magnetic. So there are many, many, many different options to solve a single problem. But the problem now is because of the hype. The same thing that was being done last time, got the OCR, technology exists 30 years ago. You detect what people write, the form scan inside, it goes into your computer, fills up the form for your SAP or something like that. But now you say, oh, we cannot use this, we must use AI. So you spend another 100,000 just to use the AI tool, which is doing the same thing. You ask the user, oh, last time when you use A, now you use B, any difference? No. Do you feel that it's faster? Yeah, maybe lah, maybe because you want to give a positive response, but actually it doesn't really matter. It's just the same thing, right? So that's where we, this training is not about learning how to use the powerful tools. It's about learning what are the things that really matter or does not matter, and then helping you to decide whether you want to use the tool or not, right? Yeah, so about myself, this is me inside the container. I think some of you play with the prompt where you can prompt yourself, all those kind of things. It's just for fun. I've been working in I think about 20 years now. Wow, okay. I hope I don't look that old, but I've been around for some time. I started my job, my career in IT. So when you raise the ticket, I have this problem. I was the guy that's fixing it. So I from operation support to software development to business analysis, project management. I was in, before I left the corporate job, I was doing digital transformation. I was helping the entire organization to shift to become more agile, to adopt technology in their workplace to use. Before AI came out, right, there was this RPA. Some of you know RPA, robotic process automation. So it's actually using rule-based to automate certain things. The file comes in, get the rule to check certain thing, do what, there's an output. So in the whole AI workflow also, it can be very, very, very similar. It's just that which part AI can do better. So that's where you may want to detect where AI is doing the better part. So this is about me. I have two lovely assistants at the back there to help monitor the chat group as well, and to help you out if you have any logistical issues that you need. So my strength, I think mentioned by Eng Sing, was that I come from corporate. I've been there, done that. I've gone through the experience where if people who are, let's say, in the academic or been a trainer that's been training for very long, sometimes they don't know exactly what's happening in the company, the red tape and those kind of things that's happening. So I understand all those kind of problems. But essentially, my strength is very much in innovation and agility. So innovation, like these kind of books that I look at, I feel that if the company is not improving constantly, you're falling behind. So I really believe that innovation is the key forward, and agility, because if you're not agile, you're not able to do out the kind of innovation ideas that you have. So this works in combination. Those are my strengths. Using frameworks. So frameworks, that's why I came out with the AI value canvas, which is a canvas framework that you can look at the different elements. If you go through later, when you experience it by yourself, you will realize that a lot of these things are just logical. You're like, eh, logic only ma. I could have done that. But if you actually go back and maybe ask some of your colleagues, right? Oh, you got AI idea. Can you tell me about it? They won't tell you all the elements. They will just tell you the interesting, powerful tool about AI. They will just focus normally on that part. So that's where a lot of these things is where a tool and a framework helps you to see the different areas, and you have a very holistic way of solving problem, and you know what you don't know. Meaning that, let's say I'm not technical and I know that I have a good idea and the problem that I solve will help the company a lot, but I don't know whether can do or not. That's where you can have conversation with the technical people, with your IT and things like that. Can we do this? Is it possible? How do we go about doing that? Another part is facilitation. I actually don't like speaking for long periods of time. I don't like to go one direction as if I'm smarter than all of you, because I think everyone here has different knowledge, different ideas, different perspective, and I'm also in the view that all of us can bring a lot of things to the table. The different quadrants, the different areas, everybody has different insights into that. So my way of working is more of facilitation. So after we go through all the theory part, there will be a lot more hands-on where you get to do the activities, and that's where we will see the good stuff coming out lah. Okay. Just kind of setting some things because this we have physical here and we have the virtual people online. So of course, since I'm in front of you guys and you guys came all the way here, I'll prioritize the people who are in front of me. But those that are online, I have two people at the back there helping out to monitor the chat. So if you have questions and you don't want to interrupt, you can put in the chat first. Then they'll find the time and they will highlight the questions over. And I do hope that we have a lot of participation. Don't just sit there and then wait for the document and then after that don't use it. So please try it out, experience it, see the gaps that you have, see what areas can we fill up in terms of the form. If you need to use your phone in the room here, just sneak out discreetly. Use the washroom. I think it's over on the other side at the mall area. When we do some group activity, yeah, please have some. We respect each other. If there are some things that you disagree, let's agree to disagree. Do the activity, experience it. You can go back to your company, you can go back to your team, and you can run it with them. So lastly is the time that you spend here, I want it to be of value to all of you. Even though you didn't have to pay for this session, I believe that you can get a lot of value from this session. So let's agree on that. Anything else? Did I miss? Anything else to add inside here? Yes? No? Maybe? Okay. She was holding out her cable. Okay. All right. So let's start with a simple poll. Those of you with your computers, you can use your computer, go to slido.com. Those of you who want to use your phone, you can scan the QR code and okay, this could be my data from yesterday when I tested it. So let me know, what industry are you from? Which industry are you from? Online people can put as well. Yeah, you don't have to put your company name, just put the industry. So we have logistic, transportation, software, pharma, manufacturing, telecommunications. These two can lump together. Distribution. Okay, video, education, accounting, F&B, FMCG, service-based company, airlines. Nice. Okay. I think we may have some use cases on most of this. All right, I think few people are just typing. Let them finish. Okay, I think most have finished typing. So this represents our entire audience here and also online. Looks like telco combined is the biggest group from telecommunications. Then manufacturing, IT, pharmaceutical, logistic. All right, cool. Okay, so next question. What is your skill level on AI tools? Okay, I might need to minus one because this was my past data. Somebody say AI run in my blood, is it? Very good. You can come up here and help me out, please. You can help out the participants here as well. If you're online, then you can help them out. Okay, some people are still answering. So I can see the trend is going that there are a lot of still beginners, a couple of average users, some power users, some frequent user, but not that much. Majority is very much at the beginner level. Okay, so like I said, I'm not here to teach you on the AI tools. I will show you a whole bunch of tools until your brain is like, boom, wow, so many tools. But don't worry about it. The tools that you need, you can just play around and experience. The main thing about learning AI is to not be afraid of it. I think when I was helping my parents last time, like using their mobile phone, right? They're not familiar because it doesn't have the button, that kind of things. So after that, they're so used to it, they're using their phone and always on the YouTube and stuff like that. So it's like, oh, they love it so much. So it's like it's just a matter of familiarity. A lot of people get lost in experimenting because they try to use ChatGPT, then they try to use Copilot, then they try to use Gemini, then they try to use Claude, then they try to use DeepSeek, then they try to use so many until they feel so lost. Then they're like, oh, AI scares me. If you're using ChatGPT, just use ChatGPT and get familiar with what it is before you pivot and try something else. So that's some tips for beginners. So okay, so telco industry, FMCG just now, and then a lot of beginners. So we have a mix of industry and we have a lot of beginner level. So good. Don't worry, this will not be a very technical session. It will be a lot of logical thinking, but it will be very powerful when you use it with your cross-functional teams. Agenda of the day is I'll talk a bit about the landscape and I'll talk about the business, some use cases at the top and some use cases at the bottom later on. The value canvas is the main thing that we are here for. I'll talk about the customer and basically the 4 modules, right? Customer understanding, the AI opportunity, the data, the model, the risk that is involved, and then the looking at the value and the cost of it and the ROI. So those are the main things. Then we will get to have a lot more hands-on session. So I hope that I can finish the content part quite fast. Of course, if you have questions, we will answer those questions and we go through them. We can also have a lot more time. I want to spare a lot more time for hands-on to talk about case study, to have open discussion with all of you. Like I said, we get the value from the discussion, and my method is more facilitation. I don't want to go into detail one by one and answer the question one by one because all these questions inside here that you see inside the guidebook is essentially to help you when you're doing this by your own with your own team. So you're getting this tool to do it by yourself. And I don't want to drill too much into that. Okay. Yeah. So the main meat of this session, the theory part that or the main content that I'll be covering is on this part. All right. So on your paper, you have paper and pen over there. I just want all of us to think about this and answer these 3 questions. Then I'll ask a couple of you to share. Online as well, if you can see this question, I would appreciate if you can maybe drop into the chat. Yeah, drop into the chat. let me know, is your company already on the AI journey or wanting to start? Where are you? Number 2, what do you hope to gain by the end of today's training? What do you want to gain? And number 3, how much would you or your company benefit from avoiding a bad project? If you embark on a project, and just now the video, if you saw, some people lost, 65 million. That's crazy. So how much would your company benefit from avoiding a bad project? So just three questions. 2 minutes enough? Don't overthink. Timer starts. Mm. Okay, most have done number 1. What do you hope to gain by the end of today's training? Number 3 might be a bit tricky. How much would you benefit from avoiding bad project? Just agak-agak. No need to overthink. Could be time, could be money. Could be days of your life. Okay. Yeah. So cost, time factor, and success. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, so we've heard 3 different sharing. Let's see if there's any online as well. So while the one's coming up online, you can do share, please, as well. So I think I heard that there's a company that just recently started and they just want to know whether they are doing it the right way. There's a company that already started and they are using it to help their clients and they want to use it the best way possible to help the clients and get the value out of it. And there's a company that's looking at it from the perspective of HR, right? If you're going to do something and it fails, then people won't be happy next time. They won't do again. There's the impact for long term in terms of culture as well. So there's a people element, not just the cost and the time as well. So thanks for your sharing. Any online? Anyone? They are? Okay. So let me just have a quick look. Okay, Lukman said, already on AI journey, yes. Question 2, to be able to plan for the AI project more effectively. Okay. And okay, estimate is the, oh, I got US dollar. Nice. And then yes, already started. And then question 2, to understand fundamental of AI project process and to avoid failures. Okay. All right. Thank you for the sharing online as well. I believe that, does anybody, let me just, before I move on, right, does anybody have some other big things or anything they want to share? Okay, so more or less aligned. Okay, so we want to, some are at the beginning, some are halfway, some are already on the journey. Definitely, I think, yeah, you all, I think mostly the alignment in terms of what you want for the training is to how to use it and then how to make a good decision. Yeah, welcome. Okay. So the learning outcomes that I hope all of us will get by the end of these participants is that you can explain the purpose and structure of the AI value canvas so that you can also run it yourself. Apply the value canvas, map out the pain the AI opportunity, data needed, value metrics. This is when you're doing the hands-on later on. And then thirdly is to identify the key assumption risks, human AI interaction and factors that could affect adoption. So some of these parts often overlooked. So I believe that will be an important factor for your for the data model, the risk and the people factor as well. And translate your AI value canvas into something that you think you can bring back to your company to have discussion, whether with your IT, with your boss, and get their inputs as well. So think of it as a conversation tool so that you will do the most valuable AI. Because at the end of the day, we have limited time, we have limited budget. If we are investing our time and energy on the wrong AI bet, right? We are betting that AI will do something 10x, 20x, that kind of thing. So if we put our money in the wrong bet, what's going to happen? Will we still have enough money? So big companies usually able to invest more. Small companies will you invest less, and you have to be careful. One thing that I learned from Amazon in their working backwards is they have a leadership principle. I think something about being frugal. So you don't overspend. Say, oh, I want to do this fancy thing. I want 1 million. You know, Jeff Bezos, give me 1 million. You know, so they are not like that. They do something scrappy first. Have you seen the shop where you can walk into Amazon? You just take your thing and then you just walk out. You will charge you for that thing. So I think that this was some number of years ago when they did that pilot example, right? They never set up any fancy camera. They just take a empty warehouse that they have, they put some shelf, and then they say, oh, please walk and buy what you want. So they have somebody write on the paper, follow the person write on the paper. Then at the end, they say, oh, I'll charge you $10, something like that. So that was just to prove the experience to management that how the person might feel if they go through the experience. So it was very cheap experiment. We'll try again during the break time because the microphone coming from the laptop will be, you sound softer if I move around. So I'll just try to remain here. You're fine. Okay. All right. Good. Nice. Okay. Let me move on. So that's the outcomes. Okay. AI landscape. I want to ask people, how many AI tools can you name other than ChatGPT? So let's shoot from this side. Copilot. Okay. Very DeepSeek. Yeah. The HR very good. Claude. Gemini. Meta. WhatsApp. Meta. WhatsApp. Oh, Meta and WhatsApp. Okay. Yes. Some more? AI Sorry, Yusha? How you spell? AI what is that? Something like the okay, like say GPT. Okay. See, I feel along Timmy. Suno, I know. Does everyone have Suno? Some know, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the new ones. Okay. Okay. Okay, she has a lot. So 5 from there, 5 from the rest, 10 already. Some more? Grok. Grok got banned, right? Sorry, Grok.
T1
Which one?
GRQ.
Oh, so there's another version that bypass the blocking, is it? Okay, separate one. Okay, good. Some more online. What is this? Tinder? Tinder also got AI help you to match, is it? Okay, some more. How many we counted already? 15. Some more? Sleep AI. Oh, using computer to help you with it. Okay. Nice. AI for UI UX. UI UX, okay. Online, there is no proof delta. So you're the one that has the AI running through your blood, is it? Or you're the power user? Okay, good. Frameworks, okay. Infinity, Notebook, LM, Notion also has AI. Canva also got AI, yes. 20 already, some more. Miro AI, yes. NCT Job, okay.
Vertex.
Vertex. Okay, about 30 lah. We got about 30 AI from all of us, huh? Any more now online? Last chance. Olama, oh, not bad, not bad. Meta, okay, that one mentioned already. Okay lah, so we say about 30 to 35. Okay. Unfortunately, we all fail already. No, it's not a test. The AI tools, they are just so many, right? So this is just I actually from online one. It has all of these things, different groupings. So I zoom into each part. The first grouping that it is AI chatbot, AI presentation. So I think we mentioned quite a number of these. GPT lah, DeepSeek, Gemini, Grok, Mesa, AI, Copilot. Nobody mentioned Perplexity, but there's also a lot more. Presentation stuff. I think Gamma was quite popular. You can use Gamma to generate. I also use Crazy, which is over here. AI coding assistant, yeah. Cursor, Replit, GitHub Copilot. Just now I think you mentioned this also, right? Yeah. So some of it, and there are others as well. Email assistants. So these are how people have helped to categorize some of it. AI image generation. Okay. So you have Adobe, you have Midjourney, you have DALL-E, you have the ChatGPT version as well. Okay, AI spreadsheets. What else? So this short list already passed the list of names that we came up with just now, and it helps us to categorize. Some of you go meeting, you see like somebody brought the AI assistant to the call. Yeah. So it's a note taker. Imagine 2 person come for a meeting, but there's 3 assistants. So you can have these kind of things. It's already happening. It's not the future. AI workflow automation. So just now I talked about RPA. So there are this kind of like workflow automation that's happening and using AI as well. What else? AI writing. So we have a bunch of these. AI scheduling, AI knowledge management. Somebody just now mentioned Notion as well. Yeah. So good. So many. My speech also dry. AI video generation. So some are creating images, some are creating video. I think Kling AI has been on the news recently because you can use the image as a reference, then you can do your TikTok dance, and then they actually follow your movement exactly, very, very, very closely. And it's really quite scary. So you have AI influencers around more and more. So graphic design, AI visualization. Okay, cukup tak? Enough or not? Enough, huh? Okay. Let me take a drink. Lecturing. So in that list we saw, how many do we have? Maybe 100? Maybe lah. Okay lah. Less than 150 lah, right? But let me show you this. There is a directory, okay, of over 5,000 AI tools. AI Explorer. Okay, let me open it up. So in this AI Explorer, right? Explorer, you can search for different category. I try to zoom in so you can see. There's a full list of AI lists, and the AI tools are still growing more and more. So let's say you want to look for a category of certain tools, right? What shall we look for? Business. Okay, business. So under business, there are 200 over. ClickUp, TikTok business, Canva AI, we mentioned that. Magic by Shopify, Notion for business, blah, 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 blah. So many. Let me go to bottom. This all AI. Yeah.
With all this AI,
Yep.
how do you know which AI actually fit? Like, say for instance, the company headquarters, it's also they have AI, but it's more like you have to compare it for use it.
Yeah.
Big data bank.
Yeah.
Have institutionalized for those. How do we know, like, if we use this, how do we know which one actually suits our need?
Yeah.
Is there anything that can actually filter when you just prompt it and you provide music?
So, let me just recap the question for the online one. So the question is, how do we know what tool should we use? For example, data breaks, you need to configure, you need to load your data and all those things inside, and then you still don't know whether it's doing what it's intended to do, right? That's the reason why I have this guide. And I think that what the usual dilemma is, if we can buy, we don't need to build. So if you can use it, you can try it out, you can configure it, it works, then you don't need to build. If it does not do what you need it, then maybe you need to build, then you need to look at the cost benefit analysis and you need to calculate, if I build this and I need to have X number of developer and it costs me 20,000, let's say, to build it, and subscription is going to cost 20,000, then I go and build it because it fits me. So you really need to spend time to evaluate. A lot of tools are designed with different customer in their mind, different problem that they're trying to fix. So if you are a very matching customer for what they have built, then good. If it's similar to what you want, but actually not, then that's where you have a risk where you will ask them, hey, can you do this thing? Then they say, oh, this one is customization. Maybe it's in our pipeline next year, stuff like that. Then it'll be a waste of your time. So these are the things that you could evaluate, and that actually goes to the blue color part lah. That means whether you have the data, what model do you have, and then later on talking about ethics and risk and stuff like that that's involved. So you can look into that as well. So thank you for the question. I guess one reason why I'm flashing all of these things out to you is because the world out there, every day there's a dozen new AI tool that is coming out. Every existing company is building AI capabilities within its own feature so that you don't go buy other software. So everybody, everywhere there's AI. And the question that you need to be asking is, so what? So what if everybody has AI? Does it solve my problem? Well, I was asking, so what if you can scan the document and get it output into my system? Last time I used OCR, it also works. So what if it doesn't give any additional value, why should I spend money on something that is not making an impact in my life?
Adoption rate when you are applying to organization will not depend towards you and also because of privacy. Privacy.
Hmm.
That could be one of
You're talking about AI tools adoption rate, is it, in the company?
just want to build something.
Yeah.
See the AI that can be used by myself or by the company stuff. You might ask, maybe privacy will be
Yeah.
data be captured.
Will the company spy on me?
Yeah. That's the most question.
Yes. Yes. So good question. Let me try and address it now. The question is about what if we build our own AI tool, but nobody want to use it? Reluctant to use it, and then basically you have to force them to use it, that kind of thing. So people have fear. They are scared that you replace their job. They're scared that you monitor them and all.
Because they given all their data in.
Yeah, yeah. So that one is in another class. It's called change management, right? Essentially, any new change will cause resistance. You see the comic before, right? Who wants to change? Me. Who wants to change? Everybody disappear. Nobody wants to change because you're comfortable. I think the challenge of like entrepreneurship. What's the difference of an entrepreneur and an intrapreneur? Anyone? Okay, intrapreneur is internal. What is the different behavior of a entrepreneur and intrapreneur?
So more
No, no extrovert, introvert. Okay, entrepreneur, if you fail, what will happen? No money, no salary. You cannot provide for a family. It's do or die. So the energy that you pump into doing it, super high. Whatever it takes, you don't sleep 2 days a weekend, right? Intrapreneur, what's the difference?
okay, salary.
You have salary. So the question is, why should I do more? Dah pukul 5 dah nak balik lah. Oh, boss say, oh, if you're involved in this project, you can get additional promotion. Oh, but I have to take care of my kids. I have to go back. I have traffic jam, you know. So the motivation of an entrepreneur and an entrepreneur is very, very different. And in the same way, when you introduce something new, an entrepreneur will be like, oh my God, you have this new tool and it can save me, let's say so much time. My time is equals to how much? And I pay 20 US dollar, 100 US dollar, just pay. But the employee who you say, oh, use this AI tool to help your productivity. Nanti productive, will you give me more work? Huh? You know, so these are the type of things that happens in the mind of an employee for internal versus external. And if you're a manager, of course, you want to get the benefits. So you need to go through a change management type of activity or process. It also ties to the culture of the company. Do they feel safe? Do they feel like it's an innovative company? All of these things need to come into the element. So these are beyond the scope of today lah. Yeah, but if you have this to build something, you will see gaps. So let's say you're trying to build some internal tools. Somebody externally has it. I dah biasa, I'm using ChatGPT. I'm so used to it. So why should I use our internal tool when it's not good as ChatGPT? ChatGPT, I copy paste the image is there. I copy paste here cannot. I need to output. I need to save the JPEG. I need to upload into your internal system. When are you going to change?
There's something, right? There's when you build something in the
Yeah.
then all the knowledge within the internal and safety very good. ChatGPT is it's all that.
Okay, so very good. I like these good discussions. So sorry, what's your name?
Ash.
Ash. Okay. So Ash brought up the topic about data. So if we build our own internal AI, does it mean it's more secure because the data is on our premise or our own cloud versus using something like a ChatGPT where it is gone to public? So this one, normal any AI training that you go to, they should address this issue lah. Essentially, is that if you're using a free ChatGPT and you allow training data, anything, any file, anything you do will go into their repository of data. They will crunch the data. So it's always not recommended or it's totally non-compliant to upload any of your company's documents inside, especially like company secrets lah, strategy lah, finance lah, all those kind of things. You don't want to load into those open source AIs. Maybe you want to mute the person. Open source AI, because once you load it in, you got telco here, right? So let's say telco A versus telco B, somebody bodo go and upload their company's 2030 strategy. And then the other person in the competitor go and search, oh, tell me about this competitor. Then the training data actually gets pulled out. Oh, this is their strategy for 2030. Are you hallucinating? No.
I see.
You've seen.
Maybe not open source, maybe public. ChatGPT is not open source.
No. Yeah, sorry, did the wrong word. What I'm saying is that the data is open to their training data. So they use it as their training data.
Setting in ChatGPT whether you want private use or you want to share screen.
Yeah, but nobody trusts it lah. So people doubt Sam Altman's honesty.
Yeah, you store a lot of IPs, right?
Yeah. So the thing is, the best way to protect yourself is it's not exactly about building your own AI, but there are things. I mean, a more technical one is called RAG, right? So resource augmented RAG generation. So you have your own data resources you store in your own site, and then you use the AI to use their brain, and then you process the thing, but the data doesn't get leaked out. So these kind of things you have to address in terms of policy wise lah. Like if you build your own and you're using the same, let's say brain, right? Open AI model or Claude model or Gemini or whatever it is. People need to understand that the reason why you have your own interface, even though not so beautiful, so nice, is to protect the company data. So these are a lot more on enforcement. Yeah. So all these things come into picture in terms of the usage, and it does actually impact to customer. if you talk about customer, my user is my internal user, and I want them to use it for their productivity. But when I build it myself, the interface not so nice. People don't like to use it because they use, let's say, ChatGPT. It was easier for them and things like that. Then it's something that you need to do as part of your company change management because of the importance of data security and things like that. So one of the main problem with us humans in general is that when we experience something good, right, that becomes the new norm for us. Like you use Lazada versus you use Shopee, right? Somebody got a new feature, like, hey, why this one don't have? Somebody got a new feature, hey, why this one don't have, right? It's like automatic comparison that we do. So maybe this is something that you have to discuss with the HR, with culture, and educate in terms of security, in terms of overall how the norm in your company is. So you need to have your company norms versus how they normally work. Okay, so let me move this away. So the reason why I overwhelmed you all with a lot of the different AI tools is to show you that there is no way for you to keep track of all the things that is happening because things keep changing at a very, very fast rate. So there are 5,000, and growing, and a lot of them are small use cases, and some of them you can also build for yourself. Anyone knows what this logo is? These are just some success story. So this one, JP Morgan Chase, they created an AI that helps them to read through some of those legal documents. Some of people argue that because of this kind of technology is displacing the young people who are graduating, because now they don't need to hire young lawyer to review the document because the AI can do it. But to them, they say, I saved 360,000 legal hours. So I don't know whether in your mind you're thinking, wow, is this ethical? Is this good? So if I look at it from the perspective of I'm the business, the CEO and things like that, yeah, it makes sense. I'm saving thousands and millions of dollars. But if I look at it as a human perspective, what's happening to the young people? If I don't hire these people in the future, when my older guys, resign or they retire and things like that, do I have young people who are going to replace their job? If not, how? So there are other considerations when we only look at efficiency, cost saving, those kind of stuff, then this is what we report. This is the action that we take. And if you look at history, the pendulum always swings back and forth. Sometimes you go to this extreme, then you get pushed back to this extreme, then until you find a middle ground where you do it in the right way, in the balanced way. So other success stories, this one, this logo, very obvious, right? They claim, I don't know how they measure, don't ask me. This is all the report that they published. They claim that they saved 3.5 billion, not million, billion USD, and over 50% increase in productivity. So when you show this kind of thing to your boss, they'll be like, yes, that's why I wanted AI. Now you're going to do AI. This one, everybody knows, right? Do you know how they use AI? So they claim their recommendations, personalization, actually get them upward of 1 billion annually. Maybe it's because they get people to continue to stay on, even though you didn't watch the movie, but it keep promoting to you because you're similar to somebody else. And then somehow you go into the new series and then you continue your subscription. So these are success stories for company. Whether you like it or not, this is what's happening in the world. And also the many different tools that are all over the place. So maybe this is the 5% that becomes successful as compared to the 95% that fails to scale. Back to the same in my key study that was being shared, it's a 5%. The success rate based on the document is like because they were very focused on very tangible profit and loss. So their goal is cost saving, their goal is productivity gain, and they are very, very, very focused on that. and they really drive very hard to get the benefit from it. The other one is that there is a learning gap. If it is not part integrated into their enterprise workflow, that means it's something separate from it. Let's say you do step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, right? If you have to do AI as outside of your normal step, or step 3, I go use AI, so 3.5, 3.6, and then only I go 4, then it becomes harder. But if it's part of your flow, like AI is now in your step 3, then it's much more easier for the adoption. So the change management part, is also part of that. So ROI focus, the ROI focus on back office transformation. This is a very interesting thing. A lot of people think that, oh, we want to build a customer service bot so that they can answer all the inquiry about our company. It's all customer facing. When customer use it, then they're not happy. So the highest ROI come from back office. At least you know your process, you know your problem, you want to fix your problem, you use the AI to fix it, you can do it faster. Good. So that's where they get the benefit. And then suggested moving from static gen AI to agentic AI. So these are a little bit more advanced. Agent itself, there are a lot of people with different understanding and different definitions. But essentially what it's saying is that you don't just use like ChatGPT or Copilot as a separate entity and just use it promptly and come back. Yeah. Okay. So let me see the timing. Okay. Now 10:30. So I think I'll just go a little bit more until maybe 10:45. Then we can have a break. Okay. So AI projects that matter. So who wants to have a successful AI project? Hands up, show of hands. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. 60% at least. Some didn't share my question. Okay. So all of us, definitely we want our AI project to be successful. We want it to be something that matters. We want it to work. If not for us, for our company, for our customers. But it's always not that easy. So question here, what is the wrong way to start an AI project? Agree enough.
The wrong way to start it.
Yeah. Anything else you think want to add? The wrong way to start AI project. The one that I put here is that we are starting with the tool. We are focused on the hype, right? Like, oh, the competitor is using that. Let me use it too, you know. Oh, their website got a chat bot. Oh, we need a chat bot. Otherwise, we are losing. So then can we build it? Can. How much, you know? Like, so anyone want to add anything else here?
I think you'll be giving a fears to the company employees
Mm-hmm.
because AI can replace them.
Oh, fear. Okay.
Yeah. So you need to get the support from your employee as well. So you need to tell that how it helps in the day-to-day work rather than replacing you.
Okay. So that is from the angle of the people perspective. We should not sell the fear to the employees in order to use the AI. Yeah. So that's one big area as well. Okay. So for me, I put over here is that we are focused on the green color part, which is the AI opportunity and solution. Straight away, we see, oh, this is fancy. This is the shiny new thing. This part is on the feasibility part. Yes, we believe we can build it. We just need some money. We just need to maybe hire a vendor. Maybe we can buy the product. So we can do it. Just because you can do it doesn't mean that it's a good thing that you do. Just because the lady saw the fancy drill doesn't mean she needs to buy it because she only used once. She damaged the wall already. She keep it and then it's there forever until I don't know when. Then she gonna sell it off or she gonna dispose of it, right? So successful innovation, not just AI, other than feasibility. Okay, so let's put aside AI. We talk about innovation in general, overall. Feasibility is one component. Can we build it? Usually, when you think about startup people, they'll be like, oh, this is the business guy, this is the technology guy, right? So technology guy say, yeah, I can build, I'm an expert in programming, you know. So other than feasibility, what are the elements that are making an innovation successful? Oh, we must ask online first. Yes. Okay, so objective, the problem that you have, and the benefits. Okay. Some more? Any answer from online? You let me know. Any more? No? Going once, going twice. Okay. Here's the answer. Usually when it's in innovation, we look at these three things in the Venn diagram, right? Right in the smack in the center is where the innovation happens. It's part of, right? So feasibility is just one of it. The other one is desirability. Desirability means does your customer want enough? If you build something, you innovate something, does the customer want it? If they don't want it, then over here we say short scenery. Viability is whether it is profitable. If you do something that's really good, it helps a lot of people, but you don't profit, instead you're getting money, then you thought it charity lah. So you need to get money from somewhere else. Now there's also a new element which is called sustainability. So feasible, desirable, viable, and also sustainable. Now, innovation sweet spot 2.0 has a sustainability element. So over here, so I have four components, and it covers the sustainability as well. I want you to understand that the reason why I show you this is because it doesn't apply just to AI, it applies to all innovation. When you do innovation nowadays, you don't cover sustainability, you don't cover ESG, like, or you're burning a lot of, I don't know, fossil fuel in order to come up with certain things. Just because it's feasible doesn't mean it's sustainable, and people may not buy your product because you are not going green or something like that. So we have to keep this in our mind that this framework can transfer to your AI projects, and it should, right? So that's why the better way of doing AI projects, I'm introducing this AI value canvas. And just now in the video you saw, instead of asking what can we build, which is only the green part, we have to ask what customer problem does this solve better than alternative. So you want to figure out the customer part, and then essentially this is not just this is a strategic framework, and it's not just about filling the boxes just because it's there. So it's a tool for thinking. It's not just filling boxes. Starting with customer obsession. So I mix a lot of different frameworks together. So again, AWS, they focus on customer obsession, right? So customer obsession, starting with the customer, not the technical capability, cross-functional thinking, business, data, product, your technology, all the things, and then we are speaking the same language because we are looking at the same canvas. Treating the canvas as a living document that evolves, meaning to say, today, let's say previously, a few months ago, I'm using OpenAI's GPT-4. Then suddenly GPT 5.2 comes out. 5.2 has so much improvement. Last time I cannot do in GPT-4, now I can do in 5.2. So things are all constantly changing, and you can use it and continuously update it. Or sometimes prices also go down. Just now I give you the example. I had to purchase this software, but then after that it becomes free from Google. So I can use the free one, and then suddenly it becomes viable, it becomes cheaper, right? Responsible by design. The blue part, other than the data model, there's also the risk part. So we need to make sure that all of these things are thought through, not just because we can do it, you release a chatbot to the world, then the chatbot very racist, and then suddenly your company is labeled as a racist company and everybody boycott you. Right? So you must be careful. Economic clarity, this is the part where you calculate that this is the real value that we have, and this is the cost of doing it. So this is all the important boss speaking lah. Okay, so I'll just wrap up this session before our break. all the 4 domains. I think the keyword that you look at here is called de-risking. When you do something without a clear big picture, everything, then you won't have, you have a higher chance of failure, either because the customer didn't want it, or either because the technology cannot keep up with your idea, or not yet, or maybe the economics just doesn't add up because of today's price. Tomorrow price, things will change, a different model will be released. That's when you can edit it and suddenly you see, oh, it can be done. Yesterday cannot do, today can do. Very good. Let's go for it. It makes sense now. So that's why it's a living document. Okay, so it will help you to de-risk. Now, 10:40, I think we just take a 15 minutes break. So we come back at 10:55 and then we'll proceed and start zooming into the customer understanding section. Okay, thank you. Those online, we'll have a 15 minutes break. Okay, everyone back? So we give them 30 seconds to come back in. Audio online, okay? The audio is sponsored by Ash. Yeah, okay. Okay, just now we say that the wrong way to start is to start with the feasibility. So we should not start with the fancy AI tool, but we should start with the customer. So the question here is, who are your customer? Who are your stakeholder? Customer can be internal customer, like your internal workflows, your team members, yourself can be the customer or the user of AI. So the question is, who are your customer? Who is stakeholder? It can be external customer if you're doing an external chatbot or something like that. So it's external end customer. I think there was some report released recently saying that the Black Friday sale last year, they got 65 million in sales because people were using some agent to do the purchasing for their behalf, something like that. Like people build AI bots to go and scan the web for the best deals, like buy, I don't know, ABC product and go and find where's the best place to buy. Here's my credit card, you go and help me buy. So agents are actually helping people to buy products for them. So in the future, maybe you just tell your fish, I'm going to cook, nasi lemak next week for my family. There are 5 people, then it will help you to order the grocery. Yeah, so those are agents. So who are your customers and stakeholders? This is desirability. You want to know your customer. You want to know them so well that you can answer this question. Do they actually one is. So sometimes, in certain cases, like in your company, you might not be able to do this. So it may not be desirable for your employees to use your own AI tool, right? Because outside the tool is more advanced, it can do more feature, but you know about the different modalities, text, video, pictures, sound, all those things. So some AI tools can do multi-modality input and multi-modality output. When you build internally, maybe you can chat only. You cannot use your voice. Some people prefer just talk to the AI and then like, ChatGPT can talk, your one cannot talk, so they are not happy, right? It loses that the element that they enjoy. But the thing is, don't just get stuck over there. If you know what you need to do and what you must do for your company to protect, then the data protection and the risk mitigation comes into picture. But I'm talking about customers. Normally, what you want to do is you want to make it so that people actually want to use it, because when people actually want to use it, you don't have to force them. If you're doing externally, that means they're willing to pay money for it, right? So that's the kind of things that you need to understand them so well that you will want to use it. If you do anything, oh, this is an extra step. You use AI and then you copy back inside. Copy paste, extra. But AI will copy paste for you. Okay. So your AI solutions should solve a real problem for real people and not just something that you imagine. So then you want the love from the people, okay? So this is AI generated. Um, the key elements we must look at within the canvas later on, you will see is that the canvas for the customer part, the yellow color part, you will have customer segment, jobs to be done, the pain and gain. So when you answer all three of these areas, who are they? What role do they play? How tech savvy are they? If you just build something very advanced, they won't know how to use it. If you build something for those not so tech savvy and you're understanding of them, that's it. They'll feel familiar, then they'll use it, right? So what job are they trying to accomplish? When you are clear what they're trying to accomplish, what's their workflow and everything, you will know inside their workflow where the pain, where's the gain. And that's where your innovation or your idea, when you give your AI solution, it must match with their pain, or you must give them the gain that they want so that immediately it clicks. So that's why if you miss out the customer, then you spend a lot of time and energy saying why the AI is good, why you should use AI, right? Forcing people to use it. So later we'll get to go through this. I don't want to drill down right now because you might get lost. So when you do it and you apply it and then you evaluate it, then later you will understand much more. Now I want to do another exercise in the slide rule. It looks like you locked out. Please. Okay, give me one moment to log back in. Slido. Why you log out? Okay, it looks okay. You work now? Okay, there we go. So let's do an exercise and have some discussion. Those who are online, you can join in as well, but you do it as an individual assignment. But we answer this question first. For a e-commerce recommendation tool, which is the biggest customer pain? E-commerce recommendation, which is the biggest customer pain? Not Shopee. Nobody. I will not judge your answer. Just answer based on what you think is the correct answer. Afterwards, I will get you to pair up and discuss your answer with your friend. So just answer. Okay, 23, 24 have answered. Some of you still thinking hard. Don't try to ask AI because AI is not you. How many people we have online? Online, please join in as well. Not too difficult. Just answer. Okay, done. Okay, done. Done. Here done. Here done. Okay. So physical, face-to-face, people are done. Online. Okay, so the answers are coming in. And I'll give you another 10 seconds. So we have 46 respondents. And 46 respondents have said too many choices. 62% too many choices, 21% don't know their face, right? And then slow checkouts. All right. So now I'm not gonna reveal the answer or anything. I want you to do the next activity by pairing up with somebody. So two by two. I want you to find a partner, discuss your answer with your partner. If you have the same answer, fine. If you have different answer, please discuss it and why you think your answer is better. And agree with your partner on which one is the answer. If you change your answer, don't worry, change together. Two of you will share the same answer. Do you understand the assignment? Okay, now you find your partner, you can start. Last 30 seconds, 20 seconds, finish your discussion. Okay, time's up. Just remain in your group for now first. Remain in your pair. I just want to ask you a question. Which of you had the same answers? Same answer, same answer. Okay, same answer. Which of you had different answers at the beginning? Different answers, hands up. Okay, different answers. So after you discuss, have you agreed on your new desired answer? You justify with each other, lah, correct? Sorry? Including decision. Okay, so this is called stalemate. Okay, anyone else is stalemate? Okay, the rest have agreed to something. Now I'm not gonna get the answer first. I want round two. Now round two, this will break your stalemate. You group up your two pair with another two pair to make a group of four. Some of you maybe will become five, okay? So group of fours and five group into two pairs times two. And then now you see if you still have differing one, and then you discuss. So let's say just now you had different one. Then we discuss this group, you discuss it, and then come up with one final answer. Understand now, you must come up with one final answer of which of all of these questions is the correct answer. Okay? So I'll give you a little bit time to discuss and debate. So find your groups. There should be 7 groups in Okay, because that's one group. Okay, I prefer if you turn around and face each other, it's easier, like that group, for example. So this one is one group. Behind here, one you just front and back. Then this group, maybe yeah, let me see how first. We move from. Okay, so you go by the whole row of it. So I would want to get people to move if you're doing like that. Otherwise, okay, fine. I need this now for you continue as your joke. Okay, we start the timer, just start now. Okay. Online people, do you have your answer also? What has everyone online decided on? One, nothing. Okay, we can see. Okay, we'll go from this group. What's your final answer? Too many choices. Who else with too many choices? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Who is still discussing? Still discussing. Who is C? No. Who is B? So that group is split between these two. Okay. Okay, online, anyone online want to answer also? Very strong opinion one. Come on. Yeah. Online a bit shy.
So,
Huh?
sekarang kita boleh continue.
You're asking the right question now. So the answer is the answer is less degree. Okay. So the answer is I don't know. Did you realize that when you're discussing your opinion with your partner, you already argue lah. Then after that your feeling gets stronger. Then you go to the bigger group, you lucky stronger, and like I want to convince them the answer is right. Between you and you already convinced. Do you see the pattern there? Do you realize that this is what happens when you go for many meetings? And the thing is,
Tiga
Tiga
who
setengah.
is the customer? Where is the data?
So,
All of
kira
this your
admin dulu
own
ke?
assumption?
Yes.
Yeah. Customer is always right. You're a customer. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's the correct thing. A lot of us like to assume that we are the customer, therefore what we experience is the right experience. So how many percent of the world do you represent? How many percent of your customer that use your e-commerce website do you represent? If it's only like 0.5% or 1% or 2%, we want to find the 80%. So we should talk to customers. So that's the main point that I want to get here. When we go to meetings, we meet the bosses, we have discussion, even among ourselves, we tend to fall into a trap. It's called my trap. It's called an echo chamber, right? You've heard of it. We all talk about the same thing. We all agree on the same thing. We already agree. Just now I heard one team was saying, "Hey, we already voted lah." I'm not pointing anyone, but but we already voted, right? So the thing is, people are sick of going for meetings, right? That's fine. But the thing is, we shouldn't be going for more meetings than we should, but we should get the data from the correct data source. So how do you do this? When we do design thinking, those kind of process, we do qualitative and quantitative. Quantitative is we send out surveys, we go and analyze the data, where the people play, what's going on, then we get sample, we go and interview them and find out the information. Then from there, we will know what is the real pain point. So if any of us, what do you answer just now?
We do this.
Huh? Wait. No, what was your answer? Okay, so most of us think that the biggest customer pain point is too many choices. So we don't know whether that's the real truth or not.
Please answer that.
Yeah. So in this case, right, when you look at me, I'm standing here as the trainer. I don't have the answer, right? So the answer is out there. The answer is in which e-commerce tool are we talking about? What is the situation in the e-commerce tool? Who are the customer that's over there? Who are the customer that we are targeting today? Who are the customer we want to target tomorrow? Then that will give you your answer. Maybe the answer ABCD is not the answer. Correct. So this is me. I want to challenge our assumptions. I want to challenge our behavior. And I want you to notice that there is this tendency in your organization. AI cannot help you solve that. I'm teaching you some skills here that is more valuable than the skill of learning the AI tool. You're learning the pattern of people. And this is the differentiator that will make you succeed in your career. So remember that question assumption. Simon Sinek, the guy who start with Y, he said, let's be the idiot. I'll be the idiot. I'll ask the stupid question. Why I need four question? Why I need four options here? Maybe talk to the customer. Actually, I don't know. Which e-commerce, which page are we talking about? Right? You be the idiot. When you be the idiot, then people say, "Oh, I thought everyone answered this. It must be the checkout page. Is it the actual checkout page where you pay money, or is it before the checkout page?" Yeah, so that's just to illustrate the point. So online, I hope you capture that as well. The main thing, the conclusion here is that you want to talk to the customer, you want to sometimes observe them because what they say may not be what they do. They may behave differently, and then you might want to experience what they experience. A lot of people, when they're building products, solutions, they just talk to the customer, but they never use it themselves. So they're like, oh, people say that, but you try it. So use it yourself, go through the experience and understand where they're coming from. And then from there, you will make much more informed decisions. I'm trying to see where I give the workbook to the online folks. Actually, inside your workbook, you will see some exercises that's put in there as well. In page number 10, like describing your user, checking if they are AI literate, what are the things that frustrate them and all of that. You can go to page number 10 and have a look. Let me share the link to online as well so that they get to look at it. Okay. Hang on. I don't know if I have the latest soft copy or not. Okay. All right. All right. So online, you can scan this QR code. Actually, physically here. So if you want a soft copy, you can scan this QR code.
Why?
Yeah, I think someone's saying something. You can scan the QR code and access the. I have a share folder where I put the soft copy of this Canvas guidebook so that you can follow along as well. Copy the link, paste into the chat. Yeah, so you get a soft copy as well.
Can you show the QR?
Uh, he went away. Wait. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this you have your soft copy. So yeah, maybe I just follow a little bit. For me, when I create this, it's my own work. I base it on the business model canvas, but really adapt it a lot for the AI. I'm totally fine for you to take back to your company, use it. You get to apply it within your own organization and use it. But you cannot use it for training lah. That means you cannot take it and then do training elsewhere. Okay. Okay, so if you look back at your workbook, there's actually much more. I don't want to spend too much time drilling into each and every section. I want you later when you're doing the canvas by yourself, you can actually look through. So there are three different sections. The first one is the customer segment, which are the activity we did just now, figure out the customer. The second one, page 11, you will see jobs to be done. It explains why the elements matter, guidance on how to get the jobs to be done and understand jobs to be done. Jobs to be done is really about understanding what people really trying to do, not just saying that this is what they want, but really understand what they're trying to do. And when you go the next level deeper, is the pain and gain, and what frustrate them, what celebrate them. If you understand, there's actually page 14. There are 5 different categories in terms of the pain and gain, such as time, accuracy, scalability, risk, and emotional part. So there are different elements of the pain and gain. When you're doing the activity, you can use this as reference. I don't want to drill down too much into that and take all of the time that we can have in discussions. So I want to move on to the next part. which is the domain of AI opportunity. So remember, just now we were saying that we usually start with the AI opportunity. What is your AI idea and does it solve the problem? If we started here, we won't say does it solve the problem. We will say, hey, this is the new AI tool. Let's just use it. Map the AI opportunity and design the human elements in terms of the interaction. So this part has two different areas. You need to rule out the things that you may not need AI for. Okay? So the question we want to ask is, can we solve their problem, as in the customer's problem or the stakeholder problem, using AI, not just the rules and automation? So then the question will be, what is AI good for? What is rules and automation in comparison? So where does AI add value? The second answer, how will users interact with the AI? What is the interface? Is there a feedback group? Does human come in the middle to override some of the things, or do you just let it run and do some weird stuff and then suddenly all your bank money is gone, right? Not every problem is AI. This one, please remember. That's why we want to spend a lot of money, time, energy, and then something doesn't work. So you go to the wrong door, the monster will come out and eat you. This domain of the AI opportunity forces you to be specific. Where does AI add value or doesn't add value? How will it be used? And this one is where I think the AI is much more suitable. Okay. Pattern recognition, prediction, personalization, and scale, meaning that if you try to tell the frontline, the salesperson, oh, this is plan A, A1, A2, this plan B, B1, B2, B3, it can get very, very complicated very fast and people will forget everything. So AI can do it at scale. Straight away, they know the customer usage history, details, information. They can answer some question. They can give them a lot of personalization. The other one is optimization and decision augmentation. Decision making is different than augmentation because augmentation is where AI helps you with the research, with the data, and do the heavy lifting, the grunt work, right? So that you can make the decision. And this does not take away the human's responsibility. So don't ask AI to make decision for you. Otherwise, it's like signing up for a gym and then asking the instructor to exercise on your behalf and then hoping you'll be slim, right? So you need to know what AI do well as compared to what AI does not do well, so that you know where to use AI. Because a non-AI solution that can solve your problem could be cheaper than an AI solution. You need to think about that. Could rules solve this better? If the rules can solve it better, if you need something like a calculator, should you use AI? Right? The rules are the rules. The math is math. And you always want the correct answer. AI can get smart. Suddenly you say 2 + 2 = what? They'll say 22. Haha, just kidding, you know? So you don't want that to happen if you are rule-based. And if things can be done by rules, then you should definitely, you don't need AI for that. So again, in your workbook, there'll be exercises for you to look through and run through. Things like opportunity statement. I think there's some examples over there. So you can use this kind of ways to figure out. AI can predict supply chain disruption for the logistics manager by analyzing supplier risk results that they don't consciously track. So this is something where an industry like logistics, there's a lot of moving pieces, there are moving parts, and then if one person sitting there just analyzing the thing going out, coming in, and things like that, and then they will get lost, and it doesn't make sense for them to load their brain with too much of this information when when AI can do it much better, and you can program it to give you the alerts if something goes out of boundaries that you want to zoom into. Then you can use your energy to zoom into what's important instead of just noise. Feasibility and impact. I think page 20 has this assessment matrix diagram. So impact is how much value impact. I say revenue gain, risk reduce if you succeed. Feasibility is low, medium, high. How confident are you that you can do this? Is the data quality okay? Do you have enough data? Data is the fuel that keeps your AI car going. So if you don't have sufficient data, maybe you cannot use AI. If your fuel is dirty, you have garbage in, then you have garbage coming up. You have the team expertise, timeline, budget. So from there, if you see that it's high impact, high feasibility, those are the things that you want to do. Figure out your work, figure out the customer's jobs to be done. If you can map it over here, let's say you do a weekly report. The report needs to take from 20 different other systems across the region. And then now you have to manually go and pivot, you have to do this and that. If you can automate it and you're using AI or some automation that is high visibility, high impact for your organization, and you have clean data coming in, then good. If it's very dirty, very messy, maybe low visibility, there's a risk. If the data coming is dirty, then you give the wrong report to the thing, then the let's say your financial report is messed up, and then there will be a big problem. Okay, so there's a compliance risk. So you need to look at it from that perspective and see what can be done, and you can target those things that you want to do. Don't do things that are low impact. Okay, if it's low impact but super easy to do, like I don't know, using Copilot to help you rewrite your email. Okay lah, never mind. Don't worry about it. But if it's anything else, right, don't do it. Don't even think about it. Don't waste your time. Do the things that it's medium impact, high visibility. Oh, trust me. Do this one. This is the best one, right? Just look at it. Then these two are the optional ones. Then this one maybe. Okay. So try to think of it that way. So these are a lot of decision making methods that you can use when you're thinking about AI opportunity. One more thing before I move on is that impact can mean different things to different people. Impact and value. How much value? If you talk to the COO, what do they care about? Cost and efficiency. CFO definitely money. If you talk to CEO, they're looking at new revenue, new opportunity, things like that. So sometimes you need to look at it from value from the different perspectives and lens. Then I'll ask you, who's your customer? Is your customer the CEO? Maybe not. Is your customer the external customer? Is the customer your specific team that's doing operation? If you talk about IT, you need to monitor the uptime. Nowadays there are AI ops. So you want to use AI to monitor and give you alert quickly before something fails, so you can do a failover or disaster recovery very fast before things get out of hand, and then before the CIO or CTO come in for you, that kind of thing. So you want to catch the things beforehand. So those are value to your customer, and you have to look at it from customer perspective, customer eye for this one. But when you do it in your teaching or when you want to propose this idea to your boss, you need to look at two levels. I'm going in a little bit detail here. So this value may be very helpful for, let's say, IT support that monitor all the server in your company, because it can know if something is going wrong before the problem breaks up. Okay, the volume is going up. How does this value relate to CEO or CFO or CEO? How does it relate to your company? So you need to actually bridge this gap when you do your proposal, because there are two different areas. You help this guy, you might not help this guy. So value, just remember value from different perspectives. Okay, let me move on. So let's quickly move on. Data model and risk. Okay, before data model and risk, inside your book also you will see the solution and interaction flow in page 21. Page 21. In page 21, the data, no, not the data, the flow, right? It's important that you look at the opportunity and you also look at the flow, because how your user may interact with the AI element and the components within that, it matters a lot. if they don't see it and they are using the AI and they're experiencing, like you talk about GPS, those kind of things, right? It's already happening, it's already rerouting, it's already reducing the traffic for you. So you don't have to think about it, you don't have to care about it, you're getting the value. There are things that you may need to look at it in terms of AI is doing some part of the research, but somebody else need to review. Like the name of the different minister that come to Malaysia during the ASEAN summit, right? So if nobody review, then you just use the old data from 2 years ago. And then you have to make public apology after that. so so you know what I'm saying, look at the flow and don't skip the evaluation part. There is a term called human in the loop. I think I won't be covering it here, but basically human in the loop means that there are parts where AI, human will ask AI and then they are doing everything. Basically, the human is just using the AI. There's a part where the AI is doing a bunch of stuff and then the human in the loop will review what they've done and then say okay or not. It's like a approval process lah. Like if you have a fresh graduate who's doing certain tasks for you, you won't just take their bag and then go and share to your boss lah. You have the human in the loop to do the evaluation because you're still in charge. And there's the full automation where your AI is already so proficient. It's like a senior, somebody you can already work with. Then you just let them to do the work. You empower the AI. So there are different levels of that as well. Okay, so moving on, data and model consideration. So there's always the importance of data in AI. The power of AI is the data and also its models. So we need to know what data inputs does your AI need. I wanted to show a couple of these slides very quickly. Sorry, the font is a bit small because I just took this as an image. Let me see if I can zoom in for you to see. So just now we talked about many tools, right? The tools that we use, for example, you see, Claude 2, GPT-3, GPT-4, now GPT 5.2. Gemma is actually Google. So this is the, I think the open source version of your Google Gemini. So there are different AI models that can be used by your IT guys when they are doing the development of your AI tool. So then just now we were talking about what AI tool can we use, and then there are 5,000 over. Now this is behind your AI tool that you're building, what model do you want to use? These are also things to consider. So this will impact your infrastructure, what do you do? And then each of them, they have their different strength. It's like in your company also, some people are more detail oriented. Maybe they are good with report, using Excel, accounts, those kind of things. Some people are more better for presentation, so they will do the slide deck, they will do the explanation, so in the same way, different models also have different. Some are better with text, some are better with natural language processing, chat summarization, some are better at math questions, some are better at document analysis. And then this one, multimodal, means they can do text, image, voice, and stuff like that. And then some is advanced reasoning. So there are different criteria that you look into. And based on your solution, what you're trying to do, then you must also select the right model. I'm showing you this not to drill down into each model. I'm showing you this because these are the things that if you're not IT-centric, AI-centric, you have no idea about this. So when you have no idea about this and you have an idea that I think it will help our user, definitely the desirability is there, right? Then it will be a good starting point. If it's really, really desirable, that's where you have the conversation. Hey guys, on the blue color side of it, data and model, I don't know. Let's have a conversation, but I know customer one is, I know there's an opportunity here. So that's where the conversation happens. If you look at this diagram, lagi worse, you can see Anthropic or the Chinese models, Chinese model like DeepSeek and other things, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Mistral. Mistral is the European one, the French one, OpenAI and others. So you can see there are so many different models and you get super confused if you're not clear what it is. So this is through the years lah. You can see all the different models. And then these are some of their scorings. So we usually recognize all those big boys lah, right? Your Claude, your Gemini, but there are many models. So the question that we want to ask after we have selected the model, right, is can we build and maintain this responsibly? So what do we mean by this, right? When you have selected your model and all of these things, you expect it to run. But sometimes your data is having problems. You may think that, that person is doing it already, so we just take the data that the person is doing. But actually, the human who is doing the work of the report does a lot of extra thing, doing the cleanup, moving this thing here and there and everywhere. Actually, it's very, very hard for them to replicate in AI models. That's one thing. The other thing is that sometimes data you have structured, you have unstructured, so you have different kind of data, and then if the data is loaded with bad training data, then it can become biased, right? It can become racist. It can do a lot of strange things that you never want it to do. Yeah. And having a lot of data doesn't mean that you will work well, so that assumption is wrong. Okay. The other one is the question here is sometimes very hard for us to think about. For me, when I start doing AI things, I don't straight away jump in and say like, oh, I wonder whether my idea is ethical or not. You never think about it, right? Like just now, the success story from JP Morgan was, oh, we saved 360,000. Oh, yay, successful. But then suddenly your kid wants to go and work in your company, he cannot get hired because you created the AI. Can you imagine the effect of that? I mean, of course, the goal is to do time saving, but ethical requirements, this is something that we often overlook. Also, cybersecurity is something we often overlook. So having this baked into the entire framework will help you to get this question answered. If you have not answered this question, if you don't know the answer, no problem. But who in your company knows this answer? Can you rope them in for the discussion? Can you show them what they see that you're doing and tell them that I want you in from the beginning so that you don't stop me from going out later. Don't tell me cannot do after I spend 3 months to go and build a pilot. Then you say, oh, I'm not compliant. Malaysia government don't allow. And like, okay, I waited 3 months. I told you to come for meeting. Right? So we don't want that things to happen. And this canvas is explicit and try to help you to address those issues upfront. Okay, I want to skip all of these so that we can really get hands dirty and hands-on. So all of these things are inside your guidebook already. Risk and guardrails. Yeah, data source, data ownership. Okay. Who is from who are from SME company? Okay. One. Who's from MNC? DLP. Okay. Whose company has more than 1,000 employees? Okay. So majority here are from bigger companies. So, okay. Bigger companies usually, if they are different department, different division, all set up properly, sometimes they have a data part of it, usually part of the IT or part of the, compliance or internal assurance or something like. So there's a thing called data ownership. For smaller companies, usually these kind of things doesn't even come to mind. So data ownership, you have to consider who owns the data, who should be allowed to access the data from the beginning, even though you're a small company. So this helps you to think about it in that way. Then you will make sure that you don't have a problem in terms of suddenly you don't have the data, you don't know where the data is coming from. Suddenly it gets cut off. those kind of things, then straight away your AI tool that you spend hundreds and thousands or million bucks to build is useless because no more fuel. The data is your petrol. So you must make sure that all of this is covered. Model recommendation, all those things. Yeah, in today's world, the fastest to market, the speed that you get, you're going to be the winner. So if you've done your cost analysis, the calculations, if the model now costs you how much and this is working for you, just go with it. Because tomorrow something changed, then you have to get ready to change as well. Yeah, so again, these are a lot of things goes into technical things like model create, data quality, availability bias. I think if we are not very technical, so we don't need to discuss this. I mean, later when you do your questions, we can talk about it. So these are some of the things to consider. You can bring your guy go along when you discuss with your technical guys, then you can get them to answer for you. So you want to figure out what could go wrong. So you need to ask all of these questions. Now let's move to the next part, which is value and cost. Does your AI solution or opportunity create more value than cost? Again, I touched on this just now. The value here, it may be super valuable to the person who's using it, to a specific team, but it may not be valuable enough for the entire company. So you need to look at it from the different lenses. If the value of it in terms of bottom line, in terms of the bosses looking at cost efficiency, in terms of revenue generating, those kind of things, then if it makes sense, the monetary value is much higher than the cost. If you only spend 10,000 to make 1 million, it's like, oh yes, of course. But if you spend 10,000 just to make 11,000, no thank you. Right? Yeah. So this is success matrix and economic viability. This part is looking at the value of this level. The other part, when it's looking at the impact value of the user, okay, for the customer. So what does success mean? Just now I gave example, CEO, maybe more revenue, CEO, CFO. Data scientists, maybe they are looking at more accuracy. User is looking at the solve my problem. Compliance legal, give me a headache later, right? You need to cover all the bases.
Question.
Yes.
We talked about value and cost, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time, when the cost is much easier to quantify because it's just in dollars and cents. But when it comes to value, most of the time, if it's in dollar and cents, it's easy to quantify. But when it comes to like your next slide, how do you measure things like efficiency? To a certain extent, some of those things that are intangible and how to quantify and how do you know those value is matching with the dollar and cents that you are paying and all these things.
Yeah.
So what's your thought? What's your experience of taking this kind of?
Yeah. Thanks. Online can hear, right? Okay. So the question here is about if dollar and cent is easy to measure, like you pay this amount to buy the thing and then you get this amount of sales, is 1-to-1, very easy. But if I pay this amount and I say that, oh, I have 10% efficiency, then I spend 10,000 here, what does 10% efficiency mean, right? So that's the question. There are different frameworks or models that people use to calculate this kind of thing. I think one of it is what do you call that? ABC, activity-based calculation. If I'm not mistaken, I'll check on that. So people will do a calculation based on an average of a certain role that's being done, and then they will count the cost of hiring the person and doing the activity, and then they'll look at it. If I decrease or if I increase their efficiency by 10%, what does that look like in terms of dollar and cent? If I increase 20%, what does that look like dollar and cent? So there are ways to convert these kind of things. Yeah. To add to that point, I think sometimes people do things the easy way out. They don't spend the time to calculate it, to show the dollar in cent. And it becomes harder to talk to your senior management to ask them for support. You say, oh, we increased 10% efficiency, you know, maybe your boss's first one, okay, get them excited, do first. Then later they will look at it. Okay, you get efficiency, so what? Okay, last time it used to take me 8 hours to do this massive report. Now I use AI, 30 minutes. What do you do with the 7.5 hours per week? Instagram or something, right? So this goes a little bit more beyond. Like if I used to take 8 hours, means that let's say 1 week I can do 5 of this heavy report. Now because it's half an hour, I can do like how many? My math here already, 40 of it. So I can do 40, 50, 60 of the same report. That means I can increase my efficiency and I can do so much more. The example that popped into my mind right now is 4 years ago, they say that AI will replace all the job of the radiologists. Radiologists, what they do is they look at the X-ray, the MRI scan, and they see whether they have any potential for disease or cancer or broken this and that and stuff like that. So they say, oh, AI is very good at pattern recognition. Now these people lose their job. But now they say, oh no, these people won't lose their job. AI is here to augment their job. So AI will detect the pattern, anything that looks out of place. Then the human will get to review it. So instead of one person need to review, let's say just example, 1 hour to review properly one X-ray or MRI. So one day I can do 8. But now because I only need 15 minutes or I only need 1 hour, but I only do the cases that matter because AI flagged it. Others, which is normal, just goes out of my picture and I don't have to spend time on it. So that is an efficiency gain.
And I think from a customer perspective, as a value, right? It's not like air ratio. Previously, when you don't change the ticket, you got to go to the counter and blah blah blah. You change the view or what? You make that within a few minutes or seconds. So that, like the user experience, there's a value gap, even though it's not the dollar sign, but in terms of times.
It is the dollar sign. It is the dollar sign.
Yeah.
So let's talk about, let's say, customer service rep, or call center. Call center people like to keep on squeezing and reducing the cost. So they say that, oh, we have 20 people who are working in the call center right now, and the average, let's say we average it out, so per hour kind of calculation is like this. So you have a number, and then based on the number of calls, they segregate the number of calls, what type of calls, who are buying, who are inquiring, who are changing ticket. If I can build AI to change ticket, which takes up 60% of my call center time, I can put it into the bot. Then I promote people to use the chat bot.
Promote or reduce?
No, as in promote the people to use the bot. So you need to migrate the people who are comfortable calling to use the app. So you target all the young people. Then all the young people from 50% of the time now, only 10%. Maybe some of the older folks still prefer call, right? So then the workload for the contact center has reduced, and then it's all moved over to this side. So how much is the 40% is based on what I calculated earlier. So I can put a number over there. Yeah. So one number is there. The other number is another side here. We'll start monitoring how great is my chatbot, how good is the user experience. I do survey and everything. If the NPS score or the happiness score of the people who are using the app is higher, then normally when they call, they have to wait on the line, they feel frustrated. Then this also increase your company's brand. So those are intangibles that maybe you can mention, but you may not be able to quantify. You may rope in some other people who are in charge of those areas and you say, hey, let's put this together. Does it make sense? Let's put that kind of stuff. Now going back to the human problem of change management. So now I reduced 40%. Does that mean I can fire 5 people?
Why not?
Why not?
That happens most of the case in the world.
Yeah.
Cost-cutting work.
Yeah. So well, I have to keep switching lens. So the lens of senior management, right, is they're looking at that cost cutting. They're looking at increasing the EBITDA and then showing the share market, pushing all of these things up. So that is their responsibility. And if this one answers that question, likelihood they might go with that path, right? So job insecurity, job being replaced is a real thing, and people are afraid, people are scared of losing their job. But job insecurity has always been there, if you think about it. If we start to recognize that yes, new technology comes all the time, people get their job replaced all the time. So what can we do about it? And that goes into the change management. The thing now is that if we needed 20%, now we need 15 people to handle the call volume now. What can the other 5% do? They can do other work, they can do other things within whether the same company or so there are many, many different things, and it all falls into change management, it all falls into HR and people, it all falls into how the company wants to actually company identity also lah. Is your company something like a Patagonia? We care about people first because we care about people. People are doing a lot of things. We get to expand. We are profitable. Everyone's happy. We are just going ahead. Or are we focused on the shareholder value and we are always trying to squeeze and you squeeze until you cannot squeeze really? Then you hire again lah. If you look at it, it's a cycle.
What if like the people everyone is looking at for the people who are doing all the hard work? So instead of that, if AI actually can help us, can we just turn it on because AI makes better decision? So do we need a C level? Personally?
Do you know there's a minister in a certain country that is AI?
Yeah.
You know, you heard of it? There's a ministry of procurement from Liberia, I think, and it's an AI. So you're thinking about replacing a boss level. They want to replace the minister.
This strategic decision making, right? So why not?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so I guess these are the things that people are concerned about, keeps them awake at night, and these are the human aspect of it. For me, I like to address it head on. Like even doing all of these canvas, right? I really like when we have all of these things look at from a holistic perspective. I want to present this and tell the management, hey, this is the idea, this is from your people. But are you going to remove your people just because they have the idea? Then they say, maybe yes, maybe no. But it really, really depends on their strategy. It really depends on a lot of different factors lah. And for me, when I look at it from a perspective is, if I question myself, why do I go to work?
But then again, it goes
Yeah.
back to different people have different preferences to the view it.
Yeah. If you do some research in the past, I think it's called the Luddites or something like that. When they are in this machine of sewing and doing textile. So what happened is that they invented the machine to create the kain lah. So the textile machines, right? So the people were upset that they are losing their job. They went and go and climb over the fence, burn the factory and stuff like that. And then the government comes in. So the pendulum swings from one extreme to another extreme. The government comes in and then the government catch those people who do all these things and then they go and execute the fella.
But so see, I mean, you have a machine, but you still need people to maintain it, to refill, to do all this.
Theoretically, yes, lah, right?
It's
So-
just efficiency that double. It's got people doing more or less the same job, but maybe perhaps reduce. Say we give some job. Still need to maintain.
So one movie I recommend is called Hidden Figures. I don't know if you watched it before. Yeah. So do you remember the part where there's one lady that was the janitor one, and then she saw that they are installing. No, the human computer is another lady. So there's one lady who's a janitor, and then she saw that their job might be disrupted. She saw that people are installing this IBM mainframe in the room. She went to the library and learned how to do the punch cards. You remember?
Yeah.
Okay. So then she trained the people in her ladies who are doing. Then suddenly they have problems. She know how to fix the computer.
It's more or less like that.
Yeah. Then they hired her to go and jaga the computer. So this is people who are seeing patterns, seeing the trend, taking the opportunity. I guess the equivalent of that would be that she's the person that used AI instead of being replaced by AI, the kind of thing. So it's also about us how we want to.
Since other areas like things.
But at the end of the day, right? I mean, for your question is that there's always the half empty, half full. The question now is that because the AI is happening at such a big scale, how many millions of people might get affected?
Okay.
Last time they say, oh, AI won't replace the laborer, AI won't replace truck drivers. Now people are scared because in the US they say there are 20 million truck drivers. If all your trucks are automated driving truck, you have 20 million unemployed truck drivers.
What if system fails? Example, classic example is like cloud.
Yeah.
When it happened,
Yeah.
see how many people have to go back to it. They actually
Yeah. I mean these are the they will say what 99.99% uptime. So maybe your failure is so few hours, that kind of thing. So if the reliability of a self-driving truck is so much better than a person driving a truck in terms of efficiency of delivering, driving 24 hours, or reducing of accident, or unions and all those kind of things. So you have a lot of this kind of
I will see
consideration.
the cost of having a self-driving truck, maintenance.
I don't know online can hear that. Okay.
Sorry, my voice.
Yeah.
I mean, the self-driving truck itself, the maintenance, the cost of parts and all that, if you consider like 5 years to come.
Yeah.
Will it weigh more or less the same with having human driving it? It's just like a fraction of that cost.
Mm.
Because you are paying more for this self-driving truck. Because software updates, that's also cost.
Yeah.
You are actually paying 10 times the price of
it depends how long your time horizon you're looking at. Maybe in the first 5 years, it might not make sense. Maybe the technology will advance in the future that it gets cheaper and cheaper. So 10 years, it might make sense.
different industry, perhaps 60 years.
Yeah. But what you're saying, like, I mean, I don't know if you guys are following the conversation, right? Because some of these things, it's just history repeating itself, but it's repeating itself at a scale that is quite scary. It's happening across the board everywhere. And then suddenly, if the entire industry will get affected. It will, I would say that you think for yourself first. Like, number one, you come and learn about AI, you learn what the tools can do for you. You look for patterns where you might need to upskill yourself so that you don't become irrelevant to your organization. You might kill yourself. You might build an AI that can do your job and then you will lose your job. Yeah, exactly. So for me, I would look at it if I'm a trainer and I can build the training that people can just do online. I lose my job as a trainer. I'm happy because I look forward. I say that, yes, I have the online course. The online course, you sign up 9 ringgit per month. You go and learn whatever you want. But if you want my time, then I'll charge you a premium.
But you can call yourself right?
Yeah.
Multiple, so you can watch.
Yeah.
Virtual.
I think the point here is that you look for patterns, you look for things within your control. The thing about all of these things that scare people, and I'm talking about human element, no more about the AI, right? The human element is that you have your locus of control. The things that you can see, that you feel you can do. You can actually move and push the boundary of your control so that you can have different areas. If you feel that this area has potential, I was interested in this, but I never spent the time. I wanted to write a book. I wanted to do a blog. I wanted to do podcasts. I wanted to learn how to, I don't know, cybersecurity, something like that. So you just continue to grow yourself so you be always relevant. But the thing is, not everybody wants to go that path. Not everybody wants to come to this kind of classes. Not everybody feels the need because they are comfortable. So they rather fight it. And when the job is no more there, then there will be other jobs coming up. But if you go to the far extreme, if you follow all these predictions, right? There are talk about something called universal basic income, meaning that if so many people don't have job, we have to have the society of those people who are working, the tax, the government to support all those people. So universal basic income, you have cukup makan, you don't have to work, it's okay.
but you don't contribute to the economy, you don't contribute to society. So this is all horror story for future kids to think about. Right now, we right now for me lah, my goal is I want to create this canvas. I want to create this so that I can help Malaysian companies or some of you multinational. I want to help companies so that you can do the things that's really impactful, and then you get the value, and then seeing the economy in Malaysia grow. So this is what I hope and intend for us to achieve lah. Okay. So hope that value question is answered. There are ways to calculate it. You can look it up. You can ask AI. How do I quantify? Human element will always be there. Human element, you need to do the entire change thing. Can't run away from it. So back to my question, my example about the textile industry. If the change management was handled well, if people were told that, hey, come, I upskill you, instead of bye bye, we don't need you, right? It's a very, very different reaction. Yeah. Business matrix, baseline, before AI, after AI, target performance, user matrix, all of these things is in the guidelines. Think about the questions, see which ones are relevant to you. There is also the SMART matrix that everybody looks at and knows about. One thing about this, like entrepreneurship, right? We were talking about the business guy, the technical guy. There's also one more guy. Do you guys know? Normally in a startup kind of environment, there are three guys involved. Three guys or girls, like 3 person involved. Very close. So you have a hacker, the hustler, and the hipster. So the hacker is the one that builds it, right? The hustler is the one that goes and sells it. The hipster is the one that makes it beautiful. So the problem with us, especially from a traditional education system, is we always think that we must be the expert. We must know the answer. So we try to look at when I look at if I'm sitting in your position now and I look at this and I'm not good with numbers, I look at it, hey, so many things to do. Why I need to do so many things? I'm saying why do I need to go and quantify this, quantify that, and explain and rationalize? I think it works out. I think it's a good idea. Why do I need to do all these things? So I want you to think outside yourself, right? Don't be bound by the past. I'm the expert. You're not the expert. You are expert in certain area. You could be expert in understanding customer, or you could be expert in looking at patterns and see that, I think this is the future. We better do it because if competitors do, they'll be much more ahead of us. So I better go and tell my boss. You tell boss ask you qualify. Okay, sorry, boss, bye-bye. Right? So think beyond yourself. Who are the people in your company you can collaborate with? Who are the people who know this kind of stuff day in, day out? Can you work with them? Can you call for meeting, tell them that you want to do this and you don't know how to do this, and can they help you to figure it out? And then you do it together as a project, right? Yeah, so all these things what TCO, total cost of ownership, how many years before you get the return, how much does it cost to maintain every year, how much is the API cost, do we need to buy cloud server or are we buying on-premise servers? So all of these things we need to figure out and need to put it down if we want a very, very solid plan. So later I'll give you a custom AI that after you've done your activity, you can go into the AI and give you an evaluation of it. Okay, so just now I showed you this slide already. Essentially, is to de-risk. Have I covered all the theory part? Okay. So if to de-risk, that's why we have these four components. Remember the video this morning? It was showing an example of the chatbot. So the most common case that I've seen last time is even before AI is let's build a chatbot, let's build something that can read from our knowledge base so employee don't kacau HR every day asking them what's my leave, what's my benefit, what's the age of retirement, what.
That one you go outside that one analysis. So then they will ask, they'll say, oh, let's build a chatbot. So the chatbot can do everything lah. The chatbot can say, oh, what are my benefits, what's my balance vacation. The last one will be the bill lah. You say you fix the computer, but this is not his job. But this is what you want, okay? Expectation versus reality. So the reality is you ask it things, then it's not getting the right answer. It gives you the wrong information. Imagine if you ask him about policy, like what's my medical policy? Then you think you got more than you actually have. Then after that you don't have. Then the employee will be super mad. Somehow they're not well, right? So these kind of things actually have happened before in some organizations, and the backlash is there. So end up, instead of freeing up time for HR to do more strategic HR things, they end up having to deal with all these kind of problems. So if this one is a bit small. This one is just showing an example of the matching. Employee asking HR questions and matches now. They want to get the answer quickly. The HR team takes time to respond 2-3 days by email, the kind of stuff. Hard to find the info on their intranet portal. Can get instant answer immediately to make decisions on whether they want to plan their application, how many carry over the year. Otherwise, they go on their leave to December, right? So they want to chatbot, chain with HR knowledge base and everything. So we map it up here. Interaction is they can use Slack or Teams or something like that where you chat with the bot. The human in the loop is alert mode. So they say that chatbot answer directly, but HR review the transcript to improve it to train. Because sometimes the model can fail and it can, in the beginning when you test it works, then after that it doesn't work anymore. So you have to be careful of those kind of things. As you can see, filling up like this in this sense is the correct thing for them to do. So data is thousand of historical HR question, HR handbook, benefit document. They can use a time frame GPT. They can use their own internal data storage RAG. So they know that if you map this out, you know that the risk is hallucination. Sometimes chatbot can make the wrong one. So now it's getting less because the model a bit more advanced. And then you can also list out the mitigation. By having mitigation, you can review and then you make sure that it doesn't make much of a mistake. So this one calculation of how many hours, target to use and cost of building. So why did that HR example go wrong is they didn't talk to employees about their follow-up. They assumed, like just now an example, we assume, right? You assume the intern answer will value itself validated. You didn't assess the AI literacy. Employees actually don't like talking to the bot, that kind of thing. I think I have this inside the guide as well. It's one of the use cases of the bank. So let me just move through. So missing cut is based on value assumption that adoption will be more than 70%, didn't be sensitive to people adoption. And so this kind of analysis, right? You don't look at these details, just think of it as if you have done the canvas and something went wrong, you can do an analysis. If you did not do a canvas, something went wrong, then you're like, oh, okay, it doesn't work, throw away. You don't learn from it. So this can be a best bet for you to try to succeed. But if it fails, use it to gain more knowledge so that next round you don't fail.
So can you give an example of hallucination risk?
Hallucination? Hallucination risk is like it comes up with things that doesn't exist. Let me think of an example. Let's say I ask you who's the CEO of your company, and then he gives you a name, say Donald Trump, but you know that Donald Trump is not your CEO. That is hallucination. So maybe your CEO shake hand with Donald Trump is in the news, and then you pull out the wrong name and give you. So that's hallucination. So the answers you give may not be accurate. I think in Australia, PwC or Deloitte, yeah, they were recently sued by the government because they were given a contract, and inside their report that they submitted as the work they done was using some reference of some professor of this university. The university professor say, I never wrote this article, I never wrote this kind of thing before. So they say it must be AI generated something.
Only generated.
It's hallucination. So it generated, but no one validated. It's like the same thing, the wrong name being announced, the newspaper with the wrong flag being generated, things like that. So AI is a predictive tool. It tries to predict and use analysis and things like that. So it may come out with the wrong answer. But the format of his answer is always like, oh, this is the answer. Then you're like, okay, copy paste. Yeah, students do that. Students do that. That's why university professors are very stressed.
Yeah. Video was AI generated. But the lecture told the people.
Yeah. Well, students have most time on their hands, so they make all the funny videos. Yeah, so for this particular thing, when you know what is your mistake, look at what are the lessons you learn, how you can learn from this so you don't make the same mistake. The thing is, a lot of, what's the word for it? Uh, a lot of companies don't have like a shared brain. You don't have a shared learning of your past mistakes. If HR, for example, did this 3 years ago, and then the person in charge of this project already left the company, some new HR comes in and say, let's build a chatbot, then people will be like, hey, no, we don't want this anymore. Why you don't want? Oh, last time it didn't work. But why would it work now? Hallucination, let's say GPT-3 had hallucination, GPT-4 less, GPT-5 even less. So the thing that you're hallucinating now, because last time was failed, right? It was never documented, no lesson learned, no specificity of what was the problem. The person is gone. Then everybody don't want to do it because it failed last time. This is the exact reason why people don't use it. Okay. Okay. So the canvas just now the same QR code. This one I already gave access because I think online wanted to we needed them to follow along. Maybe we can go and have our lunch first. Then after lunch, when you're full of energy, we can do our hands-on, and then we will spend a lot of time to drill into the hands-on activities. Okay. So now is 12:21, 1 hour and 10 minutes, 1:30, we come back. Okay, great. Okay, guys, online 1:30, we will resume. Unmute. Connected. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, let me check how's people online. Hello, online people. We're gonna start and hope you all had a good lunch. Are you guys good? Everyone had your lunch? I hope. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start filling up the form, the canvas, and I think I would just pick an industry. Anybody wants to share what industry? Any industry interests you? Banking, okay. Mm, okay, banking industry. We need to think about which customer we are focusing on. So I think hey, zoom. The canvas you have, later when you do, I guess you can use the paper, like you just write the title. You don't have to, we didn't print like A3 size, right? So there are some elements like project owner. There's this thing called horizon, which is meant to be, if it's something that you're just really trying from the start and you have no idea, so you might start off as an experiment because you really want to go small and then try it out first. And then from an experiment, if you think, oh, it's already been proven, the experiment works fine, you want to do a pilot, then you want to expand further. So this helps people to see that this is really an experiment. We're going to put a little bit of money. We're going to try it. If it works, then if it doesn't work, then we throw it away so that we don't spend too much money until we reach that part. And then scaling is much more when you want to scale bigger, you can reconsider some of these things. So you can have a different versions as you like. If it's digital, right, you just copy paste another version and then you can update some of these in terms of the horizon, and then the strategic intent would be what you put there. Okay, banking industry. mm, Anyone from banking industry want to give some idea of what customer which customer is a good one to target? Credit card user. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I'm just looking at the guide as well, right? So prompt one, who are your user? If we say that, okay, we're a bank and we want to help the credit card user, then the next question is, okay, primary user, credit card user, secondary user. Is there secondary user involved? Secondary user are the other people who will be affected by the AI output. So if you're doing like credit scoring, maybe it's the people that review the credit score or give the loan approval, those kind of things. So sometimes you may not know at the beginning part, so you can circle back around when you realize it later on when you look at the opportunity feed and the interaction flow. Then you'll be seeing like different people may be involved, so you can actually add that in. But never mind, I just do it as an example first. So let's say we start with credit card user. So what is the job of the job to be done. What does the credit card user want to do? That means new credit card application, is it? Then this one cannot be user because this one is a prospective customer. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we talk about existing user first. Okay, so when you talk about promotion, is the company trying to sell to the person? It is not what the customer is trying to do. So example, it will be like multi-currency. When I travel, I want to use credit card to pay in multiple currencies. So that's why now you see there are credit card products that are created for multi-currency, you see? Mm, yeah. Yeah. So that's a job to be done lah. Yeah. So the thing here is that you see, I mean, I'm not an expert in the banking industry, so I'm just trying to do an example. So when you start, I don't know the customer well enough. So if you know your customer well enough, you should be able to straight away zoom in and say, this is my customer. This is the job that they're doing. Maybe there are some things I don't know. You can go and find out. Like, do they really use, let's say, the Wise card because the exchange rate is better and things like that. So that's all the things that you can figure out along the way lah. So just for the purpose of exercise, yeah, we can go with credit card user. Jobs that they do, we just list in general lah. Spending, pay, overseas spending. And then some people want to collect. So loyalty is not a job to be done. Try and look at it from the perspective, like what do they get from there? So so it's like collecting points because they want to get freebies and benefits. So if you talk about, if you can zoom into a very specific area, multi-currency is like one whole area. To get the freebies, if I'm not mistaken, I think Maybank app recently updated, so you can see your treats point, and then you can actually see when is it expiring. So it compels you to go and use the treats. If you didn't see it, then you wouldn't be able to do that. So that's quite interesting as well. So each one has a different area that you can zoom into. Types of spending, what do you mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So usually we try to like pull one thread. We know that this customer, we have the opportunity with them. So it's a credit card user. Then we pull the thread. Okay, this segment of customer likes to go overseas. We pull the thread. They don't like to spend the credit card overseas and then do the conversion there and then, and they find that the rates are high, that kind of thing. So we only focus on one thing. And let's say we just focus on the overseas spending. So what are the pains? What are the gains? Like, if they can gain things like best conversion rate, or the pain is at point of purchase overseas, the rate is not ideal. Mm. Okay, so these are just some examples. You can drill down further. Usually somebody already has a thought of what the AI opportunity in this area is. So in this case, we didn't have a very, we don't have a, unless we have a somebody expert here who's thought through all of this. Let me check whether I have my sample prompts or not. So I'll use ChatGPT. Hang on, let me open it there. Let me cheat a bit. Where is that thing? Yeah. No, I'll show you my ChatGPT first. So I actually prepared some AI prompts that will help you along the way. I can share it in a while. So I've prompted it to ask question back to me. So it start with who is the person that really making decision on the AI's output, what context are they in. This one can be refined like how technically literate are there. So it's very specific to this one. Then I can say like target customer are they are unhappy with the exchange rates when overseas. Zoom out. So I'm using AI to help me to, to figure out the thing. Who exactly is the primary user? Are they frequent business traveler, digital nomad, things like that? Are they students studying abroad? Okay, so I say frequent business traveler. Age range, country or residence. Okay, interesting. So it's asking additional thing. So age range, 30 to 50. Age, far gap, you're smaller. Okay, 30 to 40. Residence Malaysian. Income bracket, RM10. Okay. Corporate job, stable. Okay. Okay. Finance. I'm showing you this example is the AI tool is actually prompting me because I don't know where to start. In the case where you are the expert, then you can start wherever you are. And then I have another AI tool that help you to evaluate your ideas. Yeah. Same month, quarter. Okay. Self-pay. Self-pay or company pay, right? Oh, they ask quite detailed. So is it FPX and how do they pay, stuff like that. um, I think they feel it's not worth the exchange rate, right? Could earlier. Ah, so the AI is challenging our idea. Right? Even the user is say, this pane, let me zoom in so you can see this pane is not hitting the payment terminal. It's after the trip when they see that the final they realize that if I plan better, it will be less pain. So it's asking you yes or no. Yes, it's true. Okay. Post trip. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Yeah. So the more details you have like that, the better it is for you to figure out. But at some point, when you go detail, right, you map out the detail, but when you map into the canvas, you need to generalize some of them together. So it's good to have the detail, but you need to extract the insights. Yeah. I'm not saying only take the important one. It's more like the insights help you to group together and make it clear so that it doesn't become very wordy. When people look at it, it shouldn't be like, hey, I got to read the essay, that kind of thing. Okay, so they help to list out this one and critical pain point. So the job to be done when I return from a business trip and my overseas charge are posted, I want to avoid unexpected overspend so I can pay my credit card in full. So then this helps you to word it in the language of the user lah. So I can take something like this. The clearer you are on the pains and gains, the more you will feel is targeted when you do the solutioning part. Because if your solution addresses their pain directly, immediately when you create a product or something like that, immediately it clicks. Then they'll be like, hey, you know my problem, then let me go and use it immediately. But if it's a bit surrounding, then like if you do this and do this and do that, then it can help you this, then people don't get it. Yeah. So this can be some of the. So I think what I'm showing here is not the best way. Just showing you for the demo. Yeah, you should be able to know your customers, and then you can actually use something like this to prompt and ask additional question around it so that you spot the gaps and not offload your thinking. So now I'm offloading my thinking to the AI. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Aga has that already. Okay, so let me move this away. Okay, so now we want to think about what is the AI opportunity. Okay. No. I just leave it there. Oh, you're seeing like this, huh? So this one is zoom in, but that one not zoom in. So funny. Okay. Otherwise, the online cannot see. So let me try to zoom in. Yeah, better. Okay. Yeah. So I'm cheating. Yeah, prediction, right? So I'm cheating with AI to ask about AI feed based on its customer. Pre-trip spend and forex forecasting. This is high value to the user. So before travel, want to know how much this trip will really cost. Why AI can help spend varies by country, merchant type, past behavior. Predict likely total RM impacting the trip, show a range, not a single customer. Okay, so that's one idea. Another idea is, can I pay my credit card in full risk prediction? I want to avoid a situation where I can't pay my credit card. Okay, prediction, cash flow risk post trip by combining historical spend, uh, foreign exchange volatility, reimbursement lag, current banking. Just in time warning, not constant alert. So there are a couple of different ideas that is generated just from this particular example. And if I'm, let's say, the bank and I'm trying to implement AI so that I can get more customer, get them to be like my bank more because we care about you, we want to give you the best rate. So I need to know what I think is possible for the bank to do, and then later the other part will be in terms of feasibility. So now we haven't reached feasibility yet. So all of these are potential opportunities, and you can pick one that you feel strongly about first and then map the rest. And if it doesn't work and the feasibility is impossible at this time, you can always rewind back and say, maybe I go for option number 2. So I like us to realize that you should not be over invested in your idea from day one. Okay, so shall we? It will be trial and error as you're filling up the thing and you figure out new information. So when your canvas starts filling up and you find that this idea, the cost driver is too high and the value is so low. So then, okay, let's rewind back to this. You may not scratch all the way. You just scratch up to maybe this model. The model that we wanted to use is the wrong model. It's too expensive. Is there a different model that can do the same thing? Maybe that can solve the problem. So if you have visibility, then you can go back slowly. If you have no visibility, then you scrap everything and you wasted your time. Okay, so I'm just doing demo. I want you to I want you to do. Let me speed up, sorry. Okay, so I'll put this over here, pre-trip. Okay, so go with this. No, it's not. So ChatGPT, now I'm just doing a demo because I just picked the example of banking. By right, you should know your customer and you should kind of figure out from that way. Yeah. So I'm using ChatGPT now because I am not the expert in this specific area, and I don't know whether this makes any sense or not lah. Unless somebody is very happy to share. Okay, okay.
Because this is the
Mm. Yep. Yeah, I mean this kind of thing. That's why you have multi-currency. It's like US dollar low now, so you convert first, then you still have the US dollar. So some people require desire that more. Okay, so now we're talking about opportunity is pre-trip spending and then the exchange forecasting, so they know what's going on. The lower part in terms of the solution concept and interaction flow, this one actually helps people, especially when you need to visualize something like how would my user use it. Is this something like is inside the app, like they can view the forecast in app trends, select the currency. Maybe they want to allow people to input where they will go and estimate yeah their expenses, allow people purchase currency based on setting. Maybe I can put some setting like if the US dollar drop below 3.9, then just buy 1,000 ringgit of it, something like that. Okay, so that's number 2. Then the data model consideration, like if you're really building this into our app, then we have to consider this way I guess technical. Like if you know, you know, if you don't know, then like, okay, I need to find somebody who knows, or I need to use AI to help me to generate some things first, and then later have a discussion. Hey, this is AI generated. IT guys, can you help me out here? Because I have no idea. Yeah. So we use business language lah. AI AI tool that can get FX rates and view user past expenses. So those are like 2 elements there. Risk and guardrail, maybe things like inaccurate. Okay. Of the foreign exchange, no past spend history. Okay. So I'm not gonna go too deep, where we can definitely dig in some more. And then this part will get even harder lah, because you don't know what you don't know. So if you haven't had this conversation, like how much would this cost, this and that, right? Then lucky you don't know how much it's gonna do here. But if we agak high level, if let's say we need some software development done, we need to upgrade the app, something like that. And if you are working with, let's say, vendors, you would kind of be able to gauge how much your vendor is gonna cost. So let me just put a ballpark figure, let's say 30,000, okay, for development ongoing cost per year, 10,000, something like that. Yeah, so the measure of success, if we flip the pages, how will we know if this AI project is successful? What would the win look like? Do we get cost saving? Do we get um, higher satisfaction score? Do we get customer? And then the question is, can quantify or not, right? Move this away. Customer retention. Increase the brand recognition. So a lot of these are hard to quantify. I guess right now we are at the position where we really don't know what we don't know. When you go and do your own, I hope that you can find something that you can already know, like if it's some efficiency you can gain. But this one, okay. So I just stop here because I want to let you guys spend the time to do. I just stop here. So what happens is you fill up and you can see where your customer are. You can think about the opportunity and the flow and the things that we don't know. Let's say what it is. We can put very high level. What do you think it is? The risk, the guardrails, and you can go through the question in the guide, success matrix, cost driver. So once you fill up V1, later I will do this uploading part. Let me remove this first. So I created a custom GPT. Custom GPT, which does a little bit of a rating. Let me find my file and upload it. Okay. This one, copy. Okay. So I will take what we have filled up just now and put it in here and load it based on the custom instruction that I've already put. Okay. Thanks for sharing your canvas. I reviewed the content. Just now I put pilot, right? So you say pilot. If you put experiment, you know it's experiment. So it does some evaluation. You see the data model is lower, the value cost is very low. Overall maturity, not yet investment ready due to weak data realism and economics. So it's telling you that these areas need improvement. So customer, you've identified the credit card user is solid, the job to be done is solid, around foreign exchange uncertainty, reimbursement lag. However, there's only one broad segment, pain and gain are generic, no evidence of segmentation. So I think you mentioned some of that, right? so it's good because you put the more details. That means you have a more solid, clarified version. I think the suggestion is initially when I'm designing this, right? I understand what I want to do, but feedback from the team and a lot of feedback is that when people do this, they don't know whether it's good enough. So that's why I spend time to create this so that it can help you to evaluate to see whether, oh, okay, yeah, it's true. I didn't know about, let's say I didn't know about this one. So then now I know I don't know. So now I know I need to take the next step. But don't over rely on the AI, please, because below here, it'll tell you what to fix also. But it's good and not good. So if it's not good if you just copy paste and say, okay, now the AI say that it's good, I go and send to my boss. It's good for you to know what you don't know and then think that, okay, AI is suggesting this, but I keep it aside and have my meeting with, let's say, different people and get their input and compare that input. Because stuff upon. Okay, that one I discuss kat tepi ah. Okay, so I will stop here because I want to give the time back to you guys. I want you to do this activity first. So do you prefer to do in a group or you want to focus on your own individual idea? Online, if you guys are in the same meeting room with your colleagues, then okay lah. Otherwise, you do it individual. But here, you can take from a real case study. I think I will propose you do it as group. Yeah, you can do it faster. That means first of all, you determine who are the user in your group, and then after that, some people come up with some ideas, some people come up with some data needs, some people come up with the cost. Then later you just discuss and then you put something together. Then after you've done your canvas, then I will ask you to load it. I'll give you the custom GPT URL. You load it inside, then you reevaluate again. So the process of evaluation, re-evaluation is what will help you to sharpen your ability to put the different areas lah. So if we are good with grouping, let's do grouping. We can go back to our earlier groups. Is that good? The one with 6 group, please split three and 3. Okay. So for each group should be 3 to 4% max. Okay, 3 group. All right. So you can use your computer. Just now the QR code that was shared, there's a document there, so you can use that. Or you can just write on the paper into the different sections, so you can do that. Now online, I will leave you guys to do it. Later on, it'll be good if some of you can share what you've done. I will share the custom GPT for you to do evaluation. I want to hear about your feedback. What was your experience when you're going through this? So please start with the customer. I will be available to take question over here physically. If somebody is stuck online, please just highlight in the chat. Then maybe it will come on for a while and dial in as well. Should I mute first? Okay, I'll mute first, and then anything you just highlight to the team here. Some groups are already finished. Some groups are the cost driver, trying to figure out the cost. Okay, online guys, you've done a lot with us together. So I just wait a couple of minutes when they just finish up, then we will share the custom GPT for everyone to load it in and evaluate your canvas. Okay, we done? Are we done, this group? Okay, this group got a calculator open, is it? Counting the cost. Okay, group ABC, okay? Cement lady finish already just now, say. Group 1, 2, 3. Almost done. Good. NYZA. Done. Okay. This one, screw. Screwed up already. Okay. Two more. Okay. AJJ still typing in. Okay, looks very busy. And then got ABC and got XYZ. XYZ. Okay, lor. All right. So I'm not going to wait for everyone to finish. You can still continue to fill up because this is just round 1. Okay. Yeah. Do you consider this is complete? Are you happy? Do you think you can present to your bosses like this level? No lah. So round 1 lah. Ayo. Remember I talk about like we all want certainty. We want to know whether we are right, we are wrong. That's the kind of thing that we thrive and desire for. But in this case, there are so many aspects that we are not sure about, right? So the AI tool that I will share with you is just to help you to get closer towards the certainty. But again, this is AI and AI is not perfect. I think of AI like a additional intern. You're asking intern to do research on a specific topic. They only do the specific thing. They come back to you and say that, oh, you need to fill up more things. They ask you more questions. They are just helping you. You're still accountable. You still need to discuss with people to really finalize. So this tool is essentially just to assist you to fill up even further, to get closer to 5-star lah. Just because there's 5-star here doesn't mean it's correct, doesn't mean it's the right customer segment, doesn't mean it's the right solution, doesn't mean it's the right cost calculation. It's just saying that you have filled up the form up to a certain point with sufficient details to use it for your discussion, to use it to expand further. Okay? Yeah. Question, yes. Yeah. So this is a custom GPT and it's on Chat GPT. So don't put any customer info or privacy info. It's a public version. So if you have Chat GPT paid version, you can use multiple times. Otherwise, free version, I think you use for a while, then you say limit. still can use. Okay. Yeah, if you upload picture, then you use up your credit faster. So that's the limit. Yeah, you have to wait. So online, there's a URL and also the QR code that you can scan and also load in for your your own canvas. So okay, the online people. So who was your team member who key in all the details? Then you can be the one that load it inside. You can load the entire document or you can paste it inside, no problem. It would have written more information, I think. You scroll. So you write more. Why is it two? This is the weakest area. There are success matrix, no baseline, no target, no cost. So you can fill up more info. Lah. So once you get your result in your group, you show the result and the recommendation. Then you can discuss again the different part where you find is, let's say, the weakest. You got 2 star only. Why is it 2 star? What's missing from there? What else can you add inside? I think your group was a bit more detailed. You key in quite a lot of details inside. I can see. So that's why it will reply to you that your section is much more complete. There's much more information, and then it may give you some coaching tips. Maybe you can consider this or that. So you guys can review together as well. This is the result of your work lah. It's telling you how good is the details you filled up. Drum roll. That's what we always want to believe, right? Lambat lah. Very detailed. Okay. The chatbot also hang. Yes. Okay, let me put down the thing first. You just tell them that they can maybe share their findings. Or ask questions. Online, how are you guys? Have you seen the result? No, they don't have to submit. I think they can screenshot. You can screenshot your star rating here as well. So when you got your results, please discuss with your team. Yeah. Apa dia? 4.1 ah? Yeah, I mean, in the real case, you will consider yourself lah. So this result is just an indication of the stuff that you filled up. You can fill up more, you can change stuff and things like that. Yeah, more precise. Yeah.
出售人嘛，你这个是用 FI2嘛，然后 stop 那边你
Okay, let me load this inside. So the ABC punya team, I tried to load your file inside. You got it also? I think you can read. So everyone, we'll use ABC as an example. and I think their scenario is for customer, the parent of the family that's trying to buy internet, right? So telco, you better zoom in. So in terms of customer, the household, the parent is managing the family needs, the articulation of comparing plan, ensuring coverage. This one is clear. They want to purchase online. The pain also is quite concrete. They can see that internet, they fear the confusion, the wrong speed, unreliable internet in their area. So these are real issue. The gains is confidence, time saved, and reliable internet. So family members, they are teenagers, kids, they play game, they study and all those things. So they already listed it out there. So the recommendation here is that some area need to be defined lah, no differentiation, only one main segment. You can break it into the teenagers and other segment as well. Network loss. Okay, opportunity is strong fit for recommendation, comparison, prediction, personalization. I think they fill up quite some details into the handwritten document lah. So it's quite cool that the AI can actually read your handwriting. Okay. So that's all. That's all for now. I think you load your own and then you have your discussion and then see what can be improved. Okay. Let's see. Okay, someone online has also shared their result. Okay, good. Thanks for sharing here. Yeah, I hope that is helpful for you to understand, and you can use it to further refine and see which areas you want to improve, and you're gonna have your discussion there. So so you got your result as well? Oh, couldn't read your document? Okay, you just try to put it in, upload it. So one group asked me, since we got 4, do we still need to modify? I think it's again, it's not about getting 4-star or 5-star. The evaluation, the star rating is for you to help you to look at the completeness. That means it's as though the guidebook is talking to you. So the guidebook already has the canvas, right? And then you filled up the canvas. So sometimes you're not sure what to fill up. You just write a very simple one-liner, that kind of thing. So it's just guiding you how to fill up even better, even more. Because when you have filled up sufficiently enough information, then it will be much clearer. If the customer information is clear, then when you give the solution, it ties to the pain. What are you solving? Is it really impactful to solve it? Then this part, the solution, does it really able to build the opportunity or the AI idea that you had? If not, then is there other way to do it? So these are the part that you need to figure out. Then this part, the blue part, will impact your cost. If you're using technology A or B or C, then the cost element will change as well. And when this changes, then your calculation of the value and cost will be different. So you will decide differently based on all the things that's related. So now, question to you guys. If let's say your cost driver and your value, it doesn't align anymore. It's too expensive. The value, it doesn't make sense. What will you do? Okay, your boss rejected already. Say the cost too high in terms of the value. Maybe you spend 50K to get 100K, not worth it. So what should you do after that? Throw away. Change the CEO. Okay. Okay. Poor boss. So anyone, any thoughts? If the cost is too high compared to the value calculation, what can you do about it? Revise which plan? Okay, so one thought here is revise the plan. What's wrong with the plan? What can be changed? Try to optimize. So how do you know what can be optimized? Yeah, you have to look at exactly what's inside here. If the data model, let's say the server hosting or whatever it is costing a lot of money, you have to look at your cost components inside here. You look at a solution. If using the ChatGPT API, for example, it's costing you tons of money because these are small requests and you're using so much requests, hundreds of thousands of requests, and it's costing a lot of money over here. Then the question is there a cheaper alternative? Some people have said that, oh, China's API, China's AI, some of those APIs are cheaper. So you could actually switch out some of these components. And if it works still the same and your company is not against China or something like that, then you can actually switch and then your cost can actually be changed because of switching that. But if you don't know what you don't know, then you can never change that. Then it's like, oh, it's too bad. You cannot do anymore. Wasted my time. Now, if the feasibility, if you cannot build what you want based on your idea opportunity, what can you do? Let's say your idea is already solving the problem very well, okay? Then when you discuss with the IT in detail, they say that currently we cannot solve because this model sure hallucinate. There is no way to solve this technology problem. What then can you do in terms of the AI opportunity? So one way to fix is IT fix it lah. I don't care, go and fix it, which is the wrong way. Because technologically, physically, whatever it is, sometimes there are constraints, sometimes you cannot do it. Now, remember, just now when we are doing the example, when we prompted also, we have many opportunities based on one problem. So I'm rewinding, go back here, go back here, go back here. So when we come back to this side, we can see that actually this idea let's say the foreign exchange, let's say something to do with integration lah. There's no, let's say no integration exists. We cannot get foreign exchange in the world. Let's say it doesn't exist lah. Example lah. There's no way to get it. Yeah, you can get static data, but it's not valuable enough. For example lah. So then you can go back to idea number 2 or idea number 3. Does it still fix the problem? Maybe it doesn't address that specific issue at that point in time when they are doing the when they are overseas and spending. Yes. So this goes back to a lot of principles of innovation, of design thinking, where not everything that is AI is solving the problem also. So within your solution, some may have AI elements, some may not have AI elements. But if you only want to do AI because AI is fun and interesting, then that's one thing. But if you can solve the problem in a cheaper way using automation, fixing, let's say, UI problems, then just fix it over there. You know, that's the reality that sometimes when we get lost in the hype, it's not the comic of the CEO. we get over into the hype that even the phone casing will say AI and AI ready or something. It's just a phone casing where you got AI. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So this is how you go and do all the way back to the customer. And if you go all the way back to customer and you see that, oh, actually this customer segment, let's say you focus on the family buying internet fiber or something like that, it's not an area that we have a lot of problem. They don't seem to have a lot of problem. Our existing portal or website or whatever, the sales are fine. It's already a very saturated market. Then what do? Throw this away. Take out the customer. Find another customer who has big problems. So we went in here, we go here, then we go to the blue part, then we go to this part, and now we reverse all the way out. So I started with the selection of customer, right? So when you switch out the customer, then you have different opportunity, you have different technical challenges, you have different value things. That's why in the customer here, you can always swap them out. You have different customer segment. Now, if you are a very strategic person in a company, you know, very high level up there in the company, you will be able to see things like underserved market. That means you already have your primary customer, secondary customer. There are always customers that, like, let's say underserved customer. Then all of a sudden you plonk that customer inside here, figure out what's their pain point. Suddenly you have a new market that you can go inside. Right? It's a whole new business. And it can be powered by AI. It can be powered by your existing systems together. So you can go all the way back into that. Because that one is very context specific. So this kind of model is just based on this. It's like the guidebook talking to you. It will not tell you like what I told you in that detail, and it will not suggest you any like new customer segment. So the customer segment is for you to figure out. If you notice, when I started, I was saying what industry, then I just use ChatGPT, just plonk in some example and things like that. So that's just an example of throwing a dice, right? I'm just throwing a dice and then showing you how you can go through the process steps so that you understand the process step. But you know your customer, you know who you can put into that, and you can identify your own underserved customer, or you can identify parallel customers related to that. And you will also go back to your products and services lah. Okay, any questions so far? Any question online? I need to check. Okay. I haven't used this so often. I've used it a few times just to. So like I said, Even if it's all 5-star, even if it's all 5-star, what it tells you is that you have filled the canvas very well. It doesn't tell you that your idea is good. It's not. Then I don't want to give you this because I want you to focus on the correct thing. Yeah. If that's the case, then to access this thing, you have to pay me money lah. Yeah.
So for instance, right, they already give us like some explanation why we get 6 star.
Yeah.
If anything that falls into the hole, that's kind of gives you a suggestion to fix these two items.
Yes.
Also suggesting that perhaps we should maybe our contribution page.
Is asking you to put in more specifics because the specifics will help you to figure out your subsequent parts of the whole canvas.
And then in terms of minor polishes, when in order to reach 5 star, some other questions.
Correct. So this custom GPT is acting as the guidebook, as a coach of the guidebook for you to fill up.
And then he also suggested that one human AI decision. System recommends
so that one will be specific to the example that you floated inside. It's asking you to consider to include the human in the middle part. Where's the human in the middle? Yeah. Human in the middle should be the second part of the AI feed. Yeah. So if you go to page 23, yeah. Can you go to page 23 and see the human in the loop? Online also, you can go to your digital copy. Human in the loop, page 23. Page 23, 23. It's inside their PDF. They would have got the PDF. So you can see here that one of the most important question is, where do humans stay involved? When you build the AI, right? So there's level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1 is recommendation mode. Yeah. So human is in the full control. Number 2 is approval mode. Approval mode means that, I think there's an example below there. AI will mark the loan as approved. Underwriter need to review it before disbursement. So when you think about loan processing, you have the loan application coming in, then you have somebody to review and do some credit score on the particular person or the business. Then after that, they'll check whether they have history with the company, whether they're bankrupt and all those kind of stuff. And then they will see the amount and they do some risk calculation. And then they will do the approval. That's what the person needs to do. And then somebody else will need to release the payment. So there's step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. So if you go with the least human control, which is alert mode, then you have gone all the way to approve and then you give them the money already. Until the AML or something flag as this guy is a fraudster, then you get alert lah. So that's already too late. So if you rewind one step, approval mode is that they will do all the checking, they do the CTOS, CQuiz, get the credit scoring pool, and then check the person IC, and then check whether there's any fraud. And if everything passed, tick, 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 in a few minutes, it's already reached to the approved, done, approved. But now you want to have a human in the middle. So you can see that, oh, the AI has approved, 100 loan requests, today. So 5 o'clock I come in, 4:30 lah, before I go home, I just call, check. Okay, this one looks okay. The report, I click inside, I can zoom in and see what the AI has done, as though the normal human would have done and collected in their file for the approval. Then after that, I press, okay, this one approve, release payment, and they get the disbursement. So there's a human in the middle at some step. Now I give you another example. Let's say you're a content creator. Okay, you're a content creator and you need to make videos. At the end, you make videos that people watch. It must be interesting and relevant videos. And maybe you teach about AI. Okay, so I have a AI that scan all the AI news portal. Every day, it will extract that news portal, and based on my instruction, how do you filter what's interesting and not, they will send me a list of 3 potential topics that I can do my video on. So I wake up in the morning and I see, oh, okay, yesterday got all this news. These are the 3 recommendations. I will say, this one not so good. Let's go the second one. Then I will be the human in the middle and I'll say go with topic number 2 because this topic seems relevant and interesting for myself. Then I go and make my morning coffee and the AI goes to work because you take topic 2 to dive into the topic. You review what kind of videos I've made in my style, in my language, and then it will help me to create a few different scripts that I can use to create my my video scripts. Okay, and on top of that, the scripts, it will recommend me what are the so-called B-roll, additional reels that I can put inside my video. So after I made my coffee, had my breakfast, I come back to my computer, then I see, oh, okay, the option 2 that I selected, I have this 1, 2, 3, 4 different storyline options. Then I see, oh, I don't like all of it. I prompt it and I say, modify the option 2C and change this topic. I want you to use these graphics instead. And then after that, I press enter, then submit. Then I go and do my other thing, have called my friend. And then later I come back after he's done his work. He say, just now you give me this input, I've corrected it. This is option A and B of that part that you've changed. I review it and I said, okay, I think this is doable. So there are a few steps where human can come in for the decision making and the refinement. This is what you can do in your entire workflow. So how is this different from your normal automation? Can you see the difference? You've done automation stuff before, right? Like the file comes in and you process, you shoot out the email, stuff like that. How do you see how this is different? Do you see the AI element inside? The AI element is in the creativity part, meaning that you can take language. How do I do my videos before? How do I write my content before? You can take those language and you can use it to take the news and rewrite it in my voice. So now I have another 2 options. One is option A, I take the script, I like it, I go and do my recording. So I record, I talk about the topic. Then after that, I edit it and I release it. Okay, that's the last part. I can do it myself. I have full control, genuine human. The second option, anyone? Yeah, I can use HeyGen, Synthesia, blah, 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 all those kind of like software. Not deepfake, but your actual persona that you have created. And then they can speak in your voice and do the video for you based on that to mimic. That means I don't even have to do the recording. So all I do is press that, I go and have my lunch, come back, oh, video is ready. Then I watch the video, oh, okay, oh, captions are allowed, I'll edit the caption, oh, okay, okay, release, schedule for tomorrow. And then you repeat the next day. Okay? So you see how the human part comes in. If you give full control, it use your voice, your face, and then you schedule and publish it. Then yeah, suddenly something is out, some weird misinformation. Then people say, hey, bro, why you go and release this kind of thing? So racist are you? It's like, what? I didn't release anything. It was my AI. So, I mean, if you put another AI to check, it's a bit overdone. I just feel that a lot of these things, it really depends on your circumstance. If you're doing a lot of things at scale, let's say, for example, Instagram or Facebook, you have things that people upload those illegal stuff, abuse or pornography and stuff like that into those platforms. So the AI is doing all of the filtering so that the human doesn't need to do it. So that one makes a lot of sense. So you can do it in that way. You filter, you don't need to have a human to review all those things lah. Last time you need a human to review, so your whole life you sit there and then watch all those horrific things and reject. Yeah, the Facebook, the people who need to check censored content and stuff like that. So some of these jobs, you never want to do these jobs. So if the AI can detect those kind of violent videos and stuff like that, it auto reject. And if somebody raises a flag and say, why you rejected my video is not this and that, and then after that they submit, then you can approve and release it lah. So it becomes a reverse way. Yeah. So human in the loop, this is an area that you can zoom into. You can research more about it as well. Yeah. So this is part of the. If you understand this well, what will happen is when you do your solution part and the interaction part, the lower part of the green color section, then you figure out that, oh, these are the steps. I only want AI in step number 1 and 2. Number 3 is where human come in. Number 4, 5, and then AI get to do it. So you're very clear how the solution works. So in that way, you don't go to IT and say, hey, IT, I have an idea. Can you do it? Do what? Which part? I don't know. I don't understand. Then you're like, this is the exact part that I want it to be done. Oh, that part. Okay, yeah, I can do it. We use this technology. In fact, we already have it. You don't have to pay extra for building. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have a break and then we have some refreshment outside, right? Okay. So guys, we have some refreshment outside. I think there's just a little bit more. I can show some case study. In fact, I think we have a 15 minutes break first. We come back and then I'll just wrap things up. And then those who have more questions, we can stay back and then we can have a more discussion lah. Okay. So let's have a 15 minutes break right now. Okay, let me unmute. Okay, everyone's back here. So I'm going to wrap up quite soon. I think you've gone through the content, you understand well enough, and let me check back. Let's see whether I've meet my KPI or not. So explain the purpose and structure of the AI value canvas. Y'all can explain or not? Can, right? It's in front here. So the 4 quadrants. Apply the AI canvas to map pain, gains, AI opportunity, data needs, and things like that. So as you know, naturally, some things you're more familiar, some things you're less familiar. And then I've also given you the AI star rater to rate your filling up of the form in terms of the completeness and anything else missing. Identifying key risk assumption, AI interaction that could affect adoption and success rate. I think this one was a little bit more in the story and example, like the HR module and things like that. But there are more things that you can look into in terms of AI degradation, in terms of the data, in terms of bias, in terms of hallucination. So that one, it will be ongoing, but essentially what I want you to remember here is that make sure that you bake in safety, sustainability, ethics, and all those things within your solution, and don't leave it to the last minute when somebody come and audit you, and then you say not compliant, then you get stuck. Last one, I think this one I have a section for you to review, but I don't think you want to spend even more time on some example ideas here, because it will be very valuable if you're within your company and then you have real ideas that you really need to present to your bosses and you want to see it going through. So I will skip that last part so that we can finish earlier. And I think right now, what I want to do is Okay, the peer review one I will be skipping. I will be here after this for longer if you want me to zoom into your specific scenarios within your company that you're not comfortable to share with everyone. Case study wise, I have loaded some case study, and I'd like to know if anybody wants to look at any case study. Oil and gas, you want fail one or success one? Okay, wait, oil and gas ada, okay. So I think this one was success. This one is a success story. Let me. So for the oil and gas example, Petronas predictive maintenance. Can I reduce this? Yeah, so if you guys know Notebook LM, this is very good to compress. Like I have my industry analysis document and I'm using Notebook LM to help me to generate a mind map so that we can just look at it based on that. So the success model is that monitoring turbines and valves prevent unplanned downtime, which can cost them millions in losses. Desirability in terms of the customer side is that system was designed for field engineer, operation manager. Its primary goal is to ensure safety. Okay. Feasibility wise, the AI opportunity is the anomaly detection, real-time IoT sensor data. So there are a lot of sensors that is around us now, and AI can use the sensor data to do analysis, prediction, weather, flooding, and all those kind of stuff. So this is how they use the IoT sensor to detect anomalies for their flow, and they use a specific machine learning model, which they have a specific like Viva PI system and triggering the alerts. And then in terms of the viability, they delivered including 30% reduction in downtime, 15% in maintenance costs. Unlike other failed pilots, okay, this was a success one. They scaled more than 10 sites. So I guess Petronas has more money to pilot. Yeah, now I'm not sure. Maybe you got people from Petronas here or online. You can later they'll scold you. Okay, so sustainability and risk management, data integrity. So in some cases, they partner with other partners like Microsoft, BCG. They avoided the data silos, and I guess they spend money to put the data in a consolidated place. Model maintenance, this one we spoke very briefly about, which is model drift, is that the system needs to be retrained and updated and making sure that the quality doesn't get worse lah. Yeah, even your model can drift, so you gotta be careful. So human in the loop part, the safety guardrail require human approval for shutdown. So the AI doesn't shut you down for no reason. Um, real sample, yes. Mm, okay. Yeah. So you're saying that when they decommission a site, all the things automatically have to decommission the things, and then when the mm, mm, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. But is that AI or is it just a standard shutdown script? Mm. So there's the importance of having human in loop in certain things, and even if your AI model is running very efficiently, they could become degraded over time. Just like anything, over time it might actually veer off. The model might be changing, so you need to check the quality on and off, to maintain it lah. Yeah. So that's quite a tragic story. I don't know. Mm, yeah, yeah. I would say, I mean, I don't know the full details of the case. Normally, in this case, some RCA need to be done, root cause analysis, and then, yeah. But I mean, just normal process lah. You need to do the real root cause analysis. You need to know what happened here, why was the person still there, why they extended, and things like that, and see whether there's something wrong with the shutdown scripting or the process flow, or there should be another thing of the human in the loop, for example, to be involved. Yeah. Yeah. So in that case, once they are clear what really happened, then they will do a recalibration or some changes lah. So there's always a continuous improvement and feedback loop. It's not one and done. Once you're done, then like okay, everything should be working fine. You know, that's why even the automated cars all frequently get updates, right? Because they are improvement all the time. So human in the loop, critical guardrails require human approval for shutdowns. Why others fail? So just now we talked about success. We talked a little bit about failure as well. Common pitfall is data is not ready. 80% of failure attributed to unusable data such as handwritten logs and fragmented silos. So some of this is not, it's because their existing process, maybe they just have the chart there, then they write. So things can be digitalized before it can really get the power of the AI, right? Lack of trust, engineer often ignore models because they're not involved in the co-creation process, leading to lack of buy-in. I think that one was an example Ash was talking about where people are not sure why I'm using the AI. So if you get people involved at the beginning to co-create and say, oh, this is part of your process and the AI is to help to reduce your workload on this area, which you didn't like to do anyway, why do you still want to hold on to something that you don't like to do? So when they understand it, then they'll be much more easy to embrace. Also, people don't like black box. If you know about a lot of AI solution now, what they want is to understand how the AI came to this. There are certain prompting that you can learn also, like chain of thought. Can you explain how do you get this? Can you reverse your prompt and stuff like that, so that you know how the AI actually thought through and give you the answer. Um, so I give you an example. We are talking about loan just now. So let's say loan approval now is very clear, right? You must check this person using CTOS or something like that. You must make sure that they are a well-paying customer or something like that. So it's very clear. You check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4. But black box means that it comes inside and then you say approve, not approve, you don't know why. So sometimes they are more complex process than this kind of loan approval. But if the AI cannot tell you how they derive yes or no, because some things is based on certain ratio, like confidence level 75% or something like that. So you need to have that very clear. So others fail because of vague matrix. When you come into the value and cost, how do you measure in terms of your success? In terms of technical accuracy, also your data, your model, your risk, you must have a smart matrix and you have clear ROI lah. This one 60% of budgets are spent on pilots. Many companies fail to transition to production due to poor change management and cost overrun. The big problem when we pump a lot of money into trying the new shiny thing, then you realize you never needed it because you don't have a clear customer understanding. That's why so many projects fail. So you have pilot here, pilot there, pilot here, pilot there. Can you try? Can you try? Can you try? Can you try? Do you want it? No, I don't want. So then you waste all your money on the pilot. So a lot of projects, not just oil and gas, they fail because they are just doing pilots and they never really understood why they want to start a pilot in the first place. So that one applies to all industry lah, not oil industry, all industry. Okay, so that was oil and gas. Okay, so these are the same thing lah, the 4 areas. I don't want to drill into that. I want to reserve some time if you guys have specific question that you want to ask me. Boleh panggil Jaslyn tak? Ya. Dia kat luar je. Ya. So I want to appreciate those that are online throughout the day with us. Can say hi. These are all the people online. Yeah, so I'm asking Jaslyn just to come in and close us off. I will open up the feedback form and then I will let anybody who has specific questions so that we can have a detailed discussion. Anyone online has any question for me? Okay, so while waiting for Jaslyn, I will do the typical closing session. What's one word or one thing that you learned today? Okay, think in your mind first. Don't say. What's one thing, the main thing that you will take back? Okay, think already, right? Anyone? One thing? Key takeaway? Speed. Explain. Mm. Mm. So you think that having this canvas will speed up your meetings? Is that what you mean? Oh, okay. So that means you map out all of these things, then when you show your client immediately understand what you're talking about, and then it's easier to close a deal, make a decision kind of thing. Cool. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. 10%, okay? Okay. 10% enough. Yeah, you're saying, sorry. Mm. Mm. So you can use this to vet AI ideas? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, 5%. No, just kidding. Yeah. Anyone here? One word, one thing. Okay. Okay. So you're not involved in any AI project now, but you can see how when you're involved. Mm, mm. Okay. Good. Here, AI is not the only solution. Yes. Huh? No, it's This is one of the key messages that I was trying to say, right? You don't need that power drill if you just want to hang something. You can hire the person to go and drill for you. All you need is the hole to put the thing, or you can use different things to solve the solution. No, it's not. It's not money. The thing is, you're so into the hype. Everybody is having this powerful AI tool. Then everybody wants to have the powerful AI tool, but you never needed to use it in the first place. What's the point, right? What's the point? Yeah. So one one thing I used to think of myself is, yeah, everybody's training on AI, ChatGPTs, and then I don't want to train. I say, come and train, but I'm the reluctant AI trainer because my training is about don't use AI if you don't need. When you really need, then do it. Do it really well. Pay money, get the best model, impress your customer. Who's your customer? Our customer is Malaysians. Huh? Right? So, so you cannot have that kind of situation. You have to have very specific one, and you want to really help the people that you're supposed to help. Anyone else from this side? Value. Okay. One word. Mm. Okay. Great. Okay, my job here is done. Yes. Okay, Jaslyn, can you come and just wrap us up? There, you better put it. I'll be here to take questions, but mainly.
Become trainer.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. So I think when you see anyone represent InfoTrack standing here, meaning just opening or ending. Okay, so I think for today's session, like thank you very much everyone you spend your day at here. I hope that what Eric share will give you some idea, right? Because I think a lots of training requests from AI recently from our client, but mostly like after one session or two session, we're not sure is it they already successfully implement in their company or not. And some after they attend, when we follow up, they also feedback to us like our company decided not to adopt. Okay, so it's like something already invest, so we also feel like the ROI is not there. So that's why we talked to Eric, and Eric also come up with something that can give you some guideline lah. Is it worth to invest something into adopting AI in the organization? So I hope the session is useful and also bring something to you. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Luckily. Okay, so I think from here, I also would like to just raise again our InfoTrack vision and mission. So I think for that one, we also having this kind of like workshop. Every monthly, we will have one. So if let's say you're looking for soft skill workshop, we also have. So that also will be bi-monthly lah. So meaning we will be one month is soft skill, 1 month is technical, so from there until end of the year. So feel free to follow our Instagram, our LinkedIn, our Facebook, and don't ignore our email. So we will send you the email. Don't put us into the spam. So because I think we want to makes you all like having sending a right person to the right training lah. So of course I want business, but if let's say someone that come here, you looking for others like wrong training, it's not benefit to the company. So we also would like to avoid that. Okay, so our mission and vision is we want your training become the action in your company. So bring something, bring the value. So for that, I wish you all to help to scan this for the evaluation. Okay, so for that, we will know like how for us to improve and how's Eric. Eric also would like to know how's the comment to him. Yeah, so feel free to scan here and I'll give it maybe 1-2 minutes to fill up.